right.
Doing it live.
Okay, so we're unmuted now, I presume. All right. Welcome, 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 everybody, to a fantastic evening of Flesh and Blood. Uh, my name is Joshua Lau. With me are three other handsome nerds: Alan Lau, Kyle Jones, and Nathan Crawford. And we're going to be bringing you guys the first couple of matches here. Which graphic do you have up right now, Kyle?
I have. They can't hear me, by the way. I'm muted. No, I think they actually can't hear me. No, I have just the standard match, the standard graphic up so far. Just the best of 5 CC
Sure.
with the hero showing.
Okay. Let's just switch to the scoreboard. Let's show the ladies and gentlemen what they're in for tonight.
Run it.
All right. As you guys can see, we got 5 wonderful matches for you guys tonight. We're going to be playing all 5 games, no matter whether the light or the shadow prevails. Game 1, we got Namvo against Pudding Tam. Bravo versus Levia. Levia got a lot of new tools. I think we're all very interested to see that one. We have the new Prism, piloted by Willie B himself, going up against Alan Lau on Azuri. That'll be our second match. Alan, you're in here right now. Do you have any thoughts on that matchup? Just as a little tease before we move on.
Generally, I think Azuri has a bad matchup against SHOWMATCH, but I'm not sure. Is it the same? Is it Azuri bad against all illusionists? And I'm looking forward to find it out.
Yeah, that's a good point. Azuri and the original Prism were not legal in the same time, so this is kind of uncharted territory. Game 3, we got a classic. We got Sebastian piloting Lexi up against Kaiser playing Azalea. These guys seem to always match up against each other in our show matches, and they're both not going to be using bullseye bracers, so that'll be interesting. That'll be our middle game. And then game 4, we got none other than the Warrior Maestro himself, Nathan Crawford, going up against Wen on Vinset. Yes, I know that is the young Vinset art there. I couldn't find the adult Vinset art. Nathan, any thoughts on that matchup?
I've spent a lot of time on Vinset in the past couple of weeks, so I think I have a fairly good understanding of what that hero is trying to do. But I mean, Team Blue Pitch is a great team, and I think they can come up with some creative stuff. So I I think I know what I'm expecting, but at the same time, I'm ready for a surprise for sure.
Sure. All right, and then another classic matchup here. Shing and I are always the closers for our teams. It seems like we have myself on Sir Bolton up against Viserai. Bolton got a ton of new tools, and I'll be showing off some of them. And Viserai actually got a few new tools as well. So I talked a little bit with Shing yesterday, and he said that there were a couple new cards he was interested in trying out. So yeah, this should be really good. I'm really happy that we were able to organize this. It's been like half a year since we've gotten to have a show match, and this is on release day. It's doesn't get any fresher than that. So yeah, I think we won't waste any more time. Nam and Pudding are ready, and yeah, let's just switch over to the game, Kyle. And we will let them know that we are ready. All right. So as you guys can see, you need to have the. Oh, you already have the game 1 overlay. Okay, yeah.
Yep, we're
So
good to
that's
go.
just that's just some some pictures of the teams. Those are good pictures there. All right, on the left is Namvo piloting Bravo, the Dallas Fort Worth calling champion. On the right, Pudding Tam himself, the Hong Kong 2022 national champion, which is a title that is of high regard, in my opinion. That was one of the hardest nationals to win. All right, here we go. Bravo versus Levia.
Oh, the weapon. Let's go.
The weapon. We got a Hell's Hammer in the house.
Oh, I love this. So when this card was spoiled, like just the fact that you can get a blood debt card that's 6 power into the graveyard as quickly as you possibly want to is just amazing. So if you just look at the equipment, he has 3 blood debt built into his equipment. Now, obviously, carrying Husk, you want to use as late as possible, but at the same time, Levia is one of those decks where you're not forced to use it late like Chain because you have the ability to turn it off. If you think that you have the ability to activate that Levia hero ability for the next foreseeable future, then there's no problem with blocking with it at 30 life or so. You know, it's just a balanced situation. And but super excited about the Hellhammer. I think it straight from the rip. I think he's just going to try to get to the transformation as quick as possible, or at least get to the point where he has the option to, and then kind of race down the life and stay balanced at about 15 to 20 life.
We're also seeing the new headpiece from Brute, the Scowling Flesh Bag. Intimidate on whenever you defend is kind of reminiscent of the Stalagmite shield from Oldhim. Like, if you use that at the correct time, that thing's gonna block way more than just 2 damage.
Yeah, this is by far the best equipment in Dusk Dawn, I think.
Yep.
And remember that the pulse of Isolats was banned in when Oldhim is a thing, then I can tell that this is a very broken headpiece. By far.
Yeah, this headpiece makes the not only do they have to approach the matchup differently, they also have to, like, tactically and strategically, they have to approach the match in a very different way. All right, so we just seen them, trade some big attacks back and forth, putting there, covering up most of the disable there, just taking a little bit of damage. Gonna return with a swing big. When do you think he's gonna start his blood debt clock, as we like to say that?
Oh, I think he's just trying to. So right now he's just playing a value game, and then once the graveyard is quote unquote established. So we're looking at like anywhere between probably like 15 to 20 cards, with preferably like majority of that 6 attack blood debt cards. Then you start playing your cards like Dread Screamers and stuff like that to start transferring it to the banish zone. And then you're going to see him all of a sudden like just not blocking unless there's like a disruption effect or whatever, and he'll utilize the armor there. And then he's going to try and trade life, I would assume. And then once he trades life down to 20, he's going to try to go back to the value plan and then hedge on which transformation provides the most EV.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, boys. It's a new card.
That's a good one, too.
So we have a dominated Starstruck. This is the new Bravo specialization. And is the Crush really relevant against Levia?
I don't think it really is, right? Because it would just affect Ghostly Touch.
Yeah. I guess if
touch, but
I guess if Levia takes like 7 or 8 damage.
Yeah, but that's not gonna happen.
So normally crush effects are like kind of all or nothing. This is one of the crush effects that's like kind of scaling depending on how much you defend it, right?
Right.
So this is, it's an interesting design space. Looks like Pudding is content to just block for. Oh, looks like he's going to block for 6 here. Oh, reinforce the line. Spicy card here. All right. Very, very interesting card. Yeah, Levia can make pretty good use of this. About 2/3 of her deck are attack actions. So
There's the
Yep.
spies.
mm-hmm.
Seeing reinforce the line makes me wonder if Hellhammer is not a let's accelerate to a situation, but more of a oh shit, I'm about to take a lot of blood debt because I'm not ready to transform. Let me just swing with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Hell's Hammer could just be a get out of jail free once. Is that
Right.
what you think, Alan?
I think he just make it as a e-bond fold as
Right.
a weapon, so he can, if he really take a lot of blood depth after some turns, then he can use the Hellhammer to escape for one turn.
So one thing that whenever we see Blood Rush Bellows in the past, they were almost always accompanied by the 2 mandible claws. Occasionally, you'd see the Romping Club, but not really. So does not having the claws change how Levia approaches the Blood Rush Bellow turns?
I think this might surprise everyone, but I think Puddin doesn't play any Barrage Spell in his deck.
Oh, jeez. Okay, we have somebody in the chat saying this is recursion Levia. We just saw the Ghostly Touch get reused there. Interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm excited to see this. This is like new territory for all of us, I think. So with the Hooves of the Shadow Beast, is that kind of like the replacement for Blood Rush Bellow? Like to have the burst turn, they would use the hooves?
I think you mean the blue the new card form. What's this?
Need a life counter for Pudding? Pudding does have a life counter. It's at 34.
I don't see it.
That is very weird. It is 35 to 34. I guess just look on the stream. You could have the stream open on your phone or something.
Interesting.
That is, yeah. TTS can be kind of buggy sometimes.
Let me leave and come back in.
Yeah, why don't you do that? So, for those of you wondering why we're not playing on Talishar, we are kind of old school, and we prefer we obviously prefer to play blue pitch in the Flesh and Blood, but we live on opposite sides of the world. We enjoy the tactile feel of the, like, you know, on TTS you actually get to move things around. There's some physics and stuff like that. Did it fix, Nathan?
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right.
Getting How and the Ghostly Wizard in the early turn is extremely amazing for Puddin, because he's playing the recursion build, so he can abuse those blood deck card.
Oh, this is
multiple
reminding me
times.
so much of Chain.
Yeah.
Owl from
Like
Beyond
that.
Ghostly Touch. Oh man.
Yeah. So he
good
just
old
used
days.
that to generate more value against the Bravo.
Right.
Now, what would you say, Alan, is what are you giving up by playing the recursion method rather than the focus on transformation method?
I think you give up the burst, because you give up Burst Barrel and the Crow, but once you build up the Out from Beyond or the Ghostly Touch, then you get a extra value basically
Right.
every turn. And I think now the Bullseye Braces are gone, then the meta will slow down a bit, just a bit, and I think Recursion Build might find his way out to in the meta.
Very interesting. So this recursion Levia will probably be able to sustain to the late game against a traditionally good late game hero like Bravo.
Yeah, and with our testing of the fire, of course, the main reason you play the fire is the new Demi hero,
Yes.
and
Levia
you can
redeemed
yeah.
and Levia consumed. Yep.
I think Buddy is trying to set up multiple health screamer, like Nathan said, and once he got into the fire, the blast method, and he can stop looting with his health scream, stress screamer, and his half from beyond and the ghostly touch loop.
Okay, so if you were Nom, what would you do to try to interact with what's going on here? Because this is like the third or fourth loop we've seen Pudding do now. Is this kind of like, I mean, with this much armor, it seems like Nom is going to have 2 disruptive turns to deal with this, or to even like possibly mess with this whole loop that Levi's got going on right now.
I think now he definitely need to get rid of the cherry and the husk first, and trying. I think he need to take some damage in the turn, because if the game drag it into a long game, then it's very unfavored for them.
Yep. Yeah, Levia does seem like one of those heroes that if she's able to loop, the Howl from Beyond Ghostly Touch, or Ghostly Visit, and then get enough cards of Blood Debt to transform, that might be very, very difficult to deal with. Nathan, what do you think about the game right now? Do you think it's relatively even right now, or do you think Nom's gonna have to make a play here pretty soon?
It's kind of tough. Like, you obviously know that there's no shot that you're going to fatigue this deck, right? Especially with he loaded up, I think, a clean 60. So with all the recursion, I just don't think there's any shot that that's even on the table. With that being said, it's kind of tough, right? Because I think Levia is just better at math, and has better value numbers, and has the fridge to really bail her out when she needs. I think this matchup is going to really revolve around an amazing pummel. Is what it's really going to come down to. I think if he just does like dominated attacks or regular attacks, he's just going to lose sheerly on value. But if there's a situation where there's a pummel involved and it just throws Pudding off of whatever he's attempting to do, then I could see that as being an out, if you will.
Yep. We just saw like several new cards here. Tribute to the Legions of Doom, as well as the Slithering Shadowpede. There's kind of a theme with the Levia cards in Dusk Till Dawn, that they are if you banish it from your hand, there's some effect, right? So, and the Slithering Shadowpede is one of those. So it looks like Pudding. It looks like Pudding is separating his Banished Zone into several piles here for us. So he has no non-Blood Debt cards. He has Blood Debt cards, and then he has Blood Debt cards that he can play. Very, very organized. I like that. That helps us as well as commentators. Here we go. Nom making a big move here. Dominated Crippling Crush here. Well, Alan, you said he needed to get Husk here. This
I think this
could get
might
Husk
do it.
here.
Yeah, this might do it.
He also has 8 block on his equipment, though. Sorry, 5 block on his equipment outside of the Carrion Husk. So he could block with the headpiece, the arm piece, and the hooves, plus a card from hand, and then he would still have Husk.
Yeah,
So
I
that
think that's
might be the play here.
probably the best. The only thing is like the headpiece is a great out to pummel, because it happens in the defense layer, and you know, if you can stop the pummel as long as it's, you know, coming from hand, or they haven't pitched yet enough for it and it's coming from Arsenal. But it is a way you can do it.
This is yeah. Pudding is doing exactly what I was talking about here. So he now Nom needs 3 turns of disruption to actually get him here. Having 5 block plus 6 block is like amazing here. Yeah, very interesting.
At least he gets the flashback and other equipments there. They're still good for now.
Yep.
I guess.
Yep. Yeah, he has to do it for now.
Evening.
Hello, Xing. We are currently commentating the game. I think somebody in chat mentioned something interesting. Like the spinal crushes here are actually really, really important. Probably more important than the crippling crushes, because it kind of just stops the cards like Howl from Beyond from coming back.
Right.
And he might be down to just 1 left in his deck here, so that might that's a key card that he's used. All right, we have one of the new cards, Tributes to the Legions of Doom. I was talking about this earlier.
Coming in hot for 9.
Yeah, so this is one of those cards that allows you to banish a card from your hand, which is kind of synergizes with the themes of Vessel Dawn there. All right, looks like Nom decided to take some damage here and set up an arsenal and just return a hammer here.
Now, very interesting point here. He chose not to make a seismic, which means that's either, I mean, that card just has to be pummel, right? I guess it could be a D-react theoretically, but I think he's trying to set something up here. So I'd really like that card going in Arsenal to be a pummel to make something happen.
Yep. I agree. Looks like Pudding drew a very red heavy hand there. Still able to turn off Blood Debt here with the Hungering Slaughter Beast. Still a healthy amount of cards in the graveyard here, so yeah, we saw that Pudding decided to spend the first couple turns loading the graveyard, and now he's been getting into this loop here. Nom hovering over his equipment here. This could be the turn to make a play here. And I think he just needs to do math here on does the Carrion Husk do something here. Like there's not a lot of on-hit effects in Levia, right? So I mean using the armor just to block some damage here is not really normally just blocking vanilla damage with their armor is not a good choice, but against Brute it doesn't really matter. The main thing is to get all the block value from your equipment.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Terra Sunder, most likely backed up with a pummel here.
Yep.
Yep, this is almost certainly a pummel here.
And this is the reason that I was suggesting earlier that it might have been correct to actually just give up the husk over the headpiece, because if he does that, then he just has an out, right? He can intimidate out the pummel and the defense layer, and then or the blue, whatever the scenario is. But now,
right,
it's a lot harder situation, and Husk really doesn't do anything here. It just blocks 6 damage. It doesn't stop anything unless he has a D-react in hand.
Yeah, there's a strong possibility he doesn't actually use the Husk here, actually. Because if this is going to hit, it's gonna hit. Like the pummel actually isn't ripping a card; it's the Terra Thunder that's gonna rip 2 cards here.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Right.
better no block here.
Yep. So the Grandeur is gonna make a Seismic Surge. That's nice. And yeah, so this is coming in for 11 here, right? So
Yep.
Ripping 2 cards here, I believe at random.
No,
Oh, they just
he gets to
choose.
pick.
Okay.
Yep, he gets to pick.
Okay, he was shuffling his hand there. I was wondering what's going on. So 2 cards here. All right, getting rid of a blue plus the tribute. And all right, I mean the life totals have evened up a little bit here.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Levy is about to throw another 7 to 9, depending on what his hand is. And if you look, it doesn't look like it, but they both actually have the exact same amount of armor left on the table. Nam has 6, and Levia has 6, all built into 1 card. And so Nam still has to make something else happen. It was a good play, but it just isn't enough. Really has to make something happen here. Super good hit for putting here, getting the 6 and then also getting 2 non-6s out of the way.
Yep. This Dreadscream is going to have to go again, but it's unlikely that Levia can follow up with anything too
graveling ground for 7 out of ours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that's graveling
this could be
ground,
so many things. This could be so many things.
That would be bad. That would be very bad.
Yeah, this could be. I mean, and if that happens, then this was a 13 damage 3-card turn. And Bravo just can't compete with those numbers, unfortunately. But I guess he doesn't have it. So that is good for Nam here.
This could be a 4-cost card here with the Seismic Surge.
I don't think they really run anymore, is the problem, because I think the number 1 cut for Starstruck was Chokeslam. And I think Chokeslam was the last 4-call standing. So that is an interesting point to bring up the Grandeur. You know, like if you don't have another Surge, then you have to really ask yourself, what's that?
It's
value of the Grandeur
Crush, I guess.
Well, I mean, there's still value in a Seismic Surge, right? Because it makes Spinal 4, and then you can dominate off, pitching 2 blues, and but it's just, he's not utilizing the surges the same way Oldham did, where it was Endless Winter, stuff like that.
Yep. Well, on YouTube, we're getting close to 100 viewers. That's wonderful. We're glad to have everybody here with us. We got 5 wonderful matches for you guys tonight, and we're just getting started here.
+3 from the house.
Boneyard Marauder.
Yeah, this will be coming in for what? 9 or 10?
Yeah, with the Howl, it should be Howl is +4, right?
So no, Howl's 3, so it'd be 9.
3, sorry.
9. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so I guess Pudding is relying heavily on like 1-cost things like Boneyard Marauder, because
just a 2-card 9. No big deal.
2-card 9. Yeah.
Just a 2-card 9. There's no.
I think I was wondering what card is sitting on the Pudding arsenal, because
it's been there a minute.
It's been there a long time. Oh, of note as well, Pudding is at 11 blood debt, so we are getting close to that 13 level. I mean, he's still at 19 health, so we're unlikely to see either one of them jump out. Levia Redeemed brings him to what, 8, right? And then the Levia Consumed brings him to 13, I believe. So, I mean, as long as Pudding's above 19 or above 13, we probably aren't going to see either one of those new cards.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because if you think about the power of Redeemed in this matchup, I mean, how does Bravo close out most of his games, right? He'll walk the life total down to like 4 or so, and then he'll like dominate you, right? And take you out of the game. But if that ever happens, Pudding has the option to just go up to 8 life at any moment, assuming he hasn't transformed into Blasphemy, right? And so that's just a huge, just it's so valuable to be able to do that because you have, you can go back to just playing better math at that point. So that's something that we got to watch out for.
This feels like a turn where we're going to see hooves here. Or we're going to see him like use his whole hand here. Because he did keep a 5-card hand here. He still has Carrion Husk. He is getting close to the trigger of Carrion Husk though, so he's gonna probably have to throw it out on the next hammer or the next big attack that comes from Bravo. I think Nom is actually incentivized to just hammer when you're this close to 13.
The only problem with that is like then you just really get outvalued, right?
That is true.
Like it's such a tough situation for Bravo here because no matter what you do, you're going to get punished. But I mean, if he's presenting this much damage, then I think you have to.
Well, speaking of damage, 10 is coming across here. I mean, Levia arguably hits harder than Bravo does. I guess that's I don't know. I'm not very familiar with the Levia lore, but whoever she sold her soul to, has repaid her with some unworldly strength. Looks like Nom is thinking about this. He probably has a more. He might have a hand that he wants to strike back with, but he still has to think about the Carrion Husk here.
Yeah, I don't think you can, right? Because what's the best move Bravo can do on 5 cards, right? What, a pummeled crippling? I mean, yeah. But even with that, like all Pudding has to do is just block 2 cards, Carrion Husk.
Yep.
Right? And then your whole play is just dead in the water. And you took 11 to do it, right? And that's just you drop into 10, and I don't know. I think Nom's in a spot where he has to block 9 and then just hammer 4 here and attempt to get the Husk. I don't think he will. I think Pudding will just block 1 card and go to 14 all day. But
Levia has not crossed, but has achieved 13 blood debt now in the Banish Zone. So we are live in that sense for Levia shenanigans.
And also with that Ghostly Visit in Banish Zone
14, yep.
Pudding also has the ability to just block out the next turn and then just play the Ghostly Visit and then transform into Blasphemous if he really wants to, right? Because the blood debt will take him down to 13. He'll transform and go from there, right?
Nom keeping a 5-card hand here with no crown activation.
Yeah, so I really like Pudding just laying his hand down and transforming here if he has that ability.
I think Nom is going to activate Bravo here and not give him a chance to lay his hand down here. Or it's going to be a Terra Sunder.
Yeah, it's got to be a pummel on it, right? And like,
all right, it's a Starstruck with a pummel here, so yeah, I do like the play line that you were talking about.
You just lay the whole hand down and you transform, and you can like play Ghostly Visit if you want. But with the pummel, you can't really do that. I think you just have to lay the whole hand down. There's no real way around it. But that's the beauty. That's the beauty of like
you can
the transformation.
Actually keep the. Well, it's possible Pudding used his Carrion Husk too late here because if he throws down his hand and the Carrion Husk, that's not really doing anything.
Yeah, well, what you can do is you can block 3 cards and Carrion Husk, and then you can just play the Ghostly Visit from Banish Zone and then transform.
3 cards plus Carrion Husk would be 15.
So it plays around the pummel and everything.
Yeah. Okay, so that's likely what Pudding will do after assuming that he has 3 blocks, which we haven't really seen him utilizing any 0 blocks in his deck. So he built this as a pretty tanky deck.
But there's still Hellhammer, so like he could even. I mean, there's just so many lines. Like he could block 3 cards, carrying Husk, and then just pitch to Hellhammer.
Yep.
And then like save the transformation for the next turn. Like there's just so many options here.
Yep.
So many options.
Alan, which what do you think Levia is going to be doing these next couple turns? Is it likely to keep with the recursion lines, or are we going to see transformation here, or is there
I think
some other line?
I think Pudding is considering can he finish with the best method, because if he transfer to best method and then Nam block him out, it's just only need 2 turns because it has so many protect cards in the banish zone.
That's correct. Yeah. So the Plasma Fet says you would basically mill cards from your deck instead of taking Blood Debt, and he currently has 14, so that would literally be 2 turns.
Yeah. So I assume Pudding will maybe he will transform to the redeem this game.
Oh, okay.
All right, so Starstruck hitting here for a little bit. The pummel will cause Pudding to discard a card, but there's no crush effect on Starstruck.
Now, because he went to 13 and Blood Debt didn't take him to 13, now Blasphemet's no longer an option, right?
Correct. Yeah. He has to become Levia Redeemed if he wants to.
Right.
So Levia Redeemed is 8 health, and it says Blood Debt. Cards with Blood Debt lose Blood Debt, basically. So you no longer will die to Blood
So
Debt.
this is probably a Hellhammer turn, if I had to guess, right? Depending on what's in the arsenal.
Yep, looks like it is. Just
Yep.
to
Makes sense.
So Hellhammer, since it banishes itself, it fulfills Levia's contract of sorts, and that will turn off Blood Debt here. I mean, in terms of card parity, Nom is at 30 cards and Levia's at 28. So they've been, trading blows back and forth pretty solidly.
It is actually pretty even right now because Nom still has 6 block left in his armor. Oh, and he's staying on the gas. I like this, actually. Got to be careful of the reckless swing, but I do like this.
I think what Pudding do this turn is he will try to make his life total as low as possible. Then he can generate more value from the Levia Redeem. Because once you transform, you will get back into 8 health.
Yep.
And
so are we going to see the hooves used to transform? Because
I think so.
Yep. The transformation takes the action point. So Pudding can throw out some damage, activate the hooves to get this action point back, and then become Levia.
The only problem is Crippling Crush, right? Like you have to have a very specific hand. You have to have your pitch card plus your card that actually banishes whatever you're attempting to banish. And with Crippling being random, you are kind of I mean, Pudding doesn't really have a choice here. I mean, it's dominated. He's not stopping this, and even if he has a reckless swing in Arsenal, it still doesn't stop it. So that's going to be the line no matter what. It just there is a situation where Pudding gets very unlucky here on the discards and just simply can't fulfill that line. And he's just going to have to transform, which is very good for Nom because then he's going to be at 8, and then Nom's going to have full tempo again and still have some armor and be in a real good spot.
Yeah, Nom is effectively at 10 here because of he still has what is it, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, 5 block on his armor. One day they will print Guardian boots.
Ooh.
One day. All right, Pudding saying no blocks.
Yep, makes perfect
Choose
sense.
2. Yeah. All right.
And if he gets unlucky, he just goes into redeem right away. Okay, that's got to be good if he gets rid of the reinforce Elan. Oh, that's so interesting. He couldn't stop it with the reinforce. It's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that
He,
because 7's
he
not
can't.
enough, right?
Right,
He
right.
can't, right? Yeah, he can't.
So did he have the ability to banish, or are we? He really needs the hooves play here.
Yep.
To
Because if he
to
doesn't,
get some type of tempo.
yeah, if he doesn't utilize the hooves here, he basically only got to use two of his cards here. So based on his no block last turn and having reinforced the line, that means he did a calculation that like, okay, there's a chance based on the discard that I can actually use hooves here.
Right.
And the fact that he hasn't just ripped it and done it means that crippling crush messed him up pretty hard here.
Well, there's no shot that reinforce the line was exactly what Pudding wanted to leave his hand, but I think the Ram Raider was what he wanted to keep.
Yeah.
So I think Pudding's somewhere in the middle on like high rolling, low rolling, and he's just trying to problem solve, see if there's anything available.
I mean, he can't play the Ram Raider if that's in his hand, though, right? Because he would pitch for the Ram Raider, but he can't fulfill the additional cost.
It could be a 6 though. That could be what he needs for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe playing the Arsenal.
Yep. Looks like he's going to pitch a Dread Screamer for something, and maybe he's unsure whether to use the Arsenal or the hand card here. He's checking his graveyard right now.
Yeah. So yeah.
So that he has to take a
to
risk
banish.
here. All right. Hungry Slaughter Beast.
He does die if this misses, right? Okay.
Yes, he would. But
he
looks like he doesn't miss. Yep. So he can hooves into.
Yep, this is perfect. Hooves into the.
Yep. So he's going to be able to put some pressure on Nom and then basically heal for 6 here. And because he is Levia redeemed, the end game of getting all your cards stripped and then dying to blood debt no longer happens. So we're going to have a traditional late game between these two heroes, so to speak. Yeah, this is getting really close down to the wire here. So Nom is going to have to block with... So this is coming in for 7, right? So he could go down to 3 here, keep his whole hand. But is that good enough?
This play is so sick because Levia literally for a sideboard slot and his boots gains 6 value.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I think okay, looks like Nom has decided that this is not a good enough hand. Gonna drop down to 4 here.
Okay. We're going to see a transformation.
Yep. All right, so here we go. Levia redeemed, the new legendary Levia specialization from Dust Till Dawn. Cards you own lose blood debt. Still has 4 intellect and has 8 health. All right. So now we are in a traditional endgame here. Nom has armor here, but Levia has 5-card hand here if she wants. And as we can see, putting all the banished cards together because they no longer matter. It's very interesting that Levia can play kind of like not exactly a control, but like somewhere between a mid-range and a control deck in terms of like game length. This is very, very interesting. We really haven't seen we've seen recursion Levia before, but having Levia redeemed as kind of the shut off valve, so to speak, is something that strategy was missing. Pudding looks like he's going to give one card here, take a damage. So Nom going to get to set up an arsenal as well as... I mean, it's unlikely that Nom's going to die here. Levia is going to have a very hard time sending more than 2 cards at... It's going to have a very... Like, without Dominate and without the ability to go wide, how does Levia kind of close out the game here, Alan? Like,
Yeah, I think
there's no...
Oh, shit. This is the best.
Yeah, being
This is
able
the best
to...
card to banish.
Yeah, being able to banish that card from your hand. And it was a random card from hand. Yep.
Yeah, I think
This is one way to go wide.
I think he still have some dress swimmer in his deck.
Yep.
And since he don't need to take but that now, I think he need to set up a... Does he have Howl in his graveyard? I can check. But if Pudding still have Howl, I think she may set up a Howl turn to kill Nam.
Yep. All right. Well, Nam is very likely to just have to give his whole hand here and move on. I think Nam is going to have to realize that it's going to be kind of difficult for Pudding to utilize full tempo without the hooves and without Dread Screamer.
3-card 12. Love to see it.
Yep, 3-card 12 here. He's going to get to set up an arsenal. However, that card may or may not be a useful arsenal. We're getting to the point where they should be getting close to their second cycle. So that could just be a, that could be a blue Wrecker Romp for all we know. Nam thinking about whether or not to keep his hand or not. Looks like he's just going to lay it down. And we're going to go to Levia's turn with full tempo here. So the question is, can Levia utilize the full tempo? Without Howl from Beyond in the Banish Zone, this becomes significantly harder to utilize this full tempo.
I think it's a good play from Nam, realizing that that's one of his only outs in this situation, being behind on tempo, is to just seize or forfeit all of it, and then just hope that, like this, right? Like 8 damage off of 5 cards is not where you want to be. And he even has the opportunity to do exactly this: jam the armor and then 1 card, go again, and take advantage of it. Which would be very interesting. If
he doesn't give a card here, he drops into Reckless Swing range. Although I don't believe we've saw it from Pudding, but against Bravo, this would be one of the heroes that you would bring it in.
I think we see the whole deck of Pudding. I think he doesn't play any Reckless Swing, so Nam can easily take down to 1.
Yep, I think Nam can drop to 1 here if he wants. Yep. And this could... It's like, is that a fumble? Oh man, he moved it forward like it was a fumble. All right, so Nam 5-card hand here. He should be at 1 here, right?
Doesn't
swing big. Deal 5. Yep. Okay, he's at 1.
Blocked 5, take 3. Yep.
I think Pudding still got 1 reinforced line.
When you're
but
pitching
just-
Rouse on a 5-card hand, that's nuts. This is a good play.
All right, so
there's a very good chance this just wins the game, right? Because unless tipped it. Yeah.
Looks like he does. All right, so that Crippling Crush gets there.
Nice.
Wow.
That got 6 value from the transformation, and pulled it off at no armor and 1 life. Love to see it.
Yep. well played to Nam, and putting one that was also gave a good game. That was very, 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 very interesting. All right, I'm gonna drag them up here so we can chit chat with them.
Back now. Oh, yes.
Hi Nam, hi Pudding. You guys are on stream now.
Hello, stream.
GG to both of you. That was a very, very interesting game. Alan, Nathan, and I got to nerd out on the whole game there. I'm not really even sure what type of questions to ask you guys, but I guess Nam, were you? This Levia list was very different than the one we practiced against.
Yes, it's very different from what we practice. Apparently,
So
there's, I guess, different types of builds of Levia.
Yep.
This one
Levia.
obviously is like a recursion, which was actually really consistent. It seemed like he was getting value off his cards, and he had the weapon as a backup plan because I did hit him pretty hard, and he was able to just attack with it and then banish it because it is a 6 power, and it stops him from taking blood debt for the turn, which was really nice.
Yep.
I think my game plan into this, or I think all of the Via decks is to block efficiently, try to leverage my armor as long as I can, and then try to take tempo.
Yep.
Here, like at the end here, I just like kept the rest of my armor, waiting for my last Crippling Crush to come up because he only had 19 cards left in deck at that time, and we went through most of the deck, if not all of it. Didn't see any defense reactions, so I didn't see any Art of Wars, so it was pretty safe to take the 5 or
drop to 1 there.
Yeah, block 5 and drop to 1 for the dominated Crippling Crush at the end.
Yep. Kyle, you need to change. Oh, you already did it. Okay, never mind. So putting this was a very, very you're more known for your rune blade and your ninja. This was kind of this was very out of your wheelhouse. I guess we could blame Jack Tang for this because the resident brute player on your team is in Japan.
Yeah,
so
I just
put you
enjoy
on this. Yeah.
How to
So tell us a little bit about how you constructed the deck, and were you able to execute the general game plan that you wanted to?
So I built this deck like in the failure way. So I was excited how to build around the demon hero for the both sides because I have so many protect cards, so I can always choose which side I want to be. And because I have like Ghostly Visit and Half and Beyond, that's why if my opponent want to like block out my graveyard and make me take protect, I can always just recycle them into my graveyard over and over. So it's just like a very failure trade build, and they can't easily block out my graveyard.
Yeah, having both options available to you was very interesting. Alan noted though that if you became Plasmafet, you would only have 2 turns to win the game though, because you have 14 blood debt and 28 cards. But it seems like you did get maximum value out of the heal. You dropped down to 2, you went back to 8. It seems like the other Levia went pretty well there.
Yeah, that's why I didn't use the older legendary for the die rolls for action point, because I want the consistent to can flip to heal myself for the demon hero.
Sure. Okay, well, thank you, Nam, and thank you, Pudding, for giving us an excellent show. Up next, we have Willie B playing Prism, Awakener of Soul, up against Alan. I guess let's. I guess I'll move Alan and Will to the match, and when we're ready, I will type ready in the chat. All right.
Best of luck, guys.
All right. Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah. Pudding, would you like to join us to commentate on the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, we would love to get some insight on the matchup. Okay, Kyle, let's switch to the match 2 graphic.
It's up for you.
Okay. Okay, as you guys can see, match 2 is Willie B playing Awakener of Soul up against Azuri Switchblade, piloted by none other than Alan Lau. For those of you who are not familiar with who Alan Lau is, he has done very, very well at international tournaments. He got 9th at Worlds and had a very, very good showing at PT3 as well. One of the strongest players in Hong Kong. Top 8's a lot of things. And is a guy that is when you practice with him, it makes you question whether or not you know how to play the game.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
When you always think like okay, this build's not too bad. This build's okay, and then you practice with Alan, and then you're like, no, this build sucks. It can't beat anybody. And that's just how it is. Willie B has been playing Prism for a long, long time. He's very, very excited that Prism has returned. And I'm very, very curious to see what Will has decided to bring here. Because the new Prism, word on the street is that the new Prism is bad.
Hot dog water. Yep.
Yeah. People say that new Prism might be one of the worst decks ever. So, I mean, if people were putting him next to Riptide and Arachne on their tier lists. Pudding, do you have any insight on the new Prism or on this matchup or anything like that?
I think Prism have like many interesting interaction between the Angel and the Figment. So there's a lot of tricks Prism can do, and let's see what he can do about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of very, very intricate things that you can do with the Figments, like you said. And it's very possible that Will is not playing all of them. So it's very interesting to see which ones he did decide to bring. And, Alan's going to have to be cognizant of the possibilities. Prism is kind of like Dory in a sense that you got to know what Prism is capable of, because she can bring those things in at instant speed oftentimes, especially if she's running the Halo. All right, let's just switch the game. Let's tell them that we're ready.
Yeah, one thing that I really want to see out of Will here is the one advantage you can get from Azuri using her poppers is you can kind of evaluate the possibility of the threat level of what she plays on her turn based off of what she popped with, right? And there's a lot of value to be had there. And so I think that's going to be one of the key ways that Will can kind of leverage value.
All right. Will coming in with the Phantasmal Footsteps tunic, Halo of Illumination, as well as the Iron Hide Gauntlets. Fairly standard, I would think. The new Halo is pretty ridiculous because it allows you to put a card into the soul at a... Oh, hold on. He's not running the new Light Illusionist chess piece. Huh.
Yeah, you don't need it.
You don't need it anymore?
Running Iris of Reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay. So what does that tell us?
He's just going full auras, basically. And he's just trying to build up a board state. And the problem with that is, like, Azuri's just going to do this. He's going to play E-Strike, and he's going to pitch a card to swing into the aura. And just do that.
Right.
He has to maintain the board state is the important part.
Yeah, maintaining the board state is going to be fairly difficult against a deck. Like, traditionally, decks with Kodachis, decks with cheap cheapish weapons is difficult to deal with. Over on Ellen's side, we see Crowd of Providence, Flick Knives, Snapdragons, and Tunic. So, I mean, does the Snapdragons tell us anything about the Azuri deck a little bit?
He just knows he needs action points, and he knows that Prism's going to be blocking a lot, so that devalues the Black Tech Whispers because it requires an on-hit. So he's just going with the safe and secure guarantee.
Sure. All right. Interesting.
Well, this is a good play. This is a good play.
Yeah. Oh man, you have no idea how many nightmares I have about ALS, man.
Oh, it's gonna go into Soul and oh wait, I'm thinking Old Prism. I was gonna say he could make a spectral shield. Sorry, chat, to get your hopes up.
Yeah, and then the old Prism would still be in the 30s. This new Prism's already at 28 here. Okay, so he's gonna get to keep the Merciful Retribution here, and he's gonna be able to swing with it, or maybe deploy a blue aura, depending on what he wants to do. So if he has a blue aura, do you think he should deploy it or?
Oh, 100%. You have to like stay forward on the on just maintaining a board state. If you don't play one, they're going to take one away on their turn.
He does neither of those. Interesting. I see one of his cards as a black card.
Yeah, same.
Okay, that might be a new card.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Turns out it's like a token or something.
Yeah, it's like, well, why is there gold tokens in your deck?
Yeah, I think literally Alan is just trying to do as little chip damage as possible while just clearing up the board state. Is always trying to do nothing fancy.
Isolate here, targeting that. So I presume there's not going to be a lot of switching in of Azuri.
I would love I would have loved a rabble there, like flashing in a rabble and then like cleaning up the aura with the second swing, but some lists run it, some lists don't.
Yep. All right, let's see what that second card from the right is.
I can't wait.
I'm pretty sure that's a new card.
I think this is a good turn for Halo, though. I think we might see an activation here and kind of get a Herald into. For those of you who don't know, anytime a card with Herald in its name goes into Soul, she has the ability to search her deck for a Figment and put it into play for free, and then she can activate that Figment for, I believe, 2 cost and turns it into an Angel, which has a variety of effects. But I think all the Angels are 4 attack and 4 life, and they're basically allies. Or just play more auras. Why not?
Yep, that could be it.
Oh, it's a Figment.
Oh, it's a Figment. Okay. So I guess whenever Will draws a Figment, it's gonna look like a black card there. Okay. He's gonna get to utilize his whole hand here, utilizing the Iris to swing here, and this gives Alan the opportunity to play Fate Foreseen.
Yep, Alan's gonna look at that card. Does it say go again? Yes, we're keeping it on top.
Yep. Okay. Oh, sliding cards. Okay, so Will currently has 2 auras out now. So Alan at most can clear one of these. There's no real way for Azuri to stack action points, right? She doesn't run time snaps, not running time skippers, not running.
Typically, she doesn't.
Was it Captain's Call? Was that Lead the Charge? Lead the Charge was another card that people used to use. So, yeah, if there's ever basically Alan can clear 1 aura a turn maximum.
Right.
So if we see another double aura turn, things can kind of get out of control here. And this is actually starting to remind me a little bit of like the old aura Prism against. I mean, obviously they weren't running Iris, but The whole emphasis on the board state.
He wasn't taking
Does-
damage from them daggers, right? Because doesn't parable affect all attacks or just attack actions?
I think it's only
It's
attack
action.
actions.
Oh,
Attack
it's
action
actions,
cards, yeah. All right, getting to deploy another aura here.
That's good. We're getting a board state.
We are getting a board state here, and all right. So from Alan's perspective, what do you think he can do here? Because if he goes for like a big 5-card hand and runs into ALS, he's in trouble. If he doesn't put on enough pressure, he can't lower the life total and clear the board, right? So it's kind of a tough situation here for Alan.
This is actually very bad because typically you would want to get rid of the merciful, but with passing mirage there, you kind of leave the option to throw a herald down at the end after you do your Irish chain. And that can be, I mean, that's pretty gross when it's coming in for +2 with no phantasm.
Yeah.
It gets ugly quick.
Yep. Pudding, have you seen any Prism Awakener of Soul builds in Hong Kong? Has there been any people testing Prism over there?
Well, actually, I only tested with my team, so we find out that the light hairpiece can use very casually. You need to hold it for the right moment to pop it and to gain the maximum value.
Yep.
So that's a very big lesson to learn how to play Prism. Yeah.
And holding the halo for longer and longer and longer actually puts pressure on your opponent because they have to consider all the possibilities. Like, for example, holding the stalagmite or the bolters, or there's many, many other examples. The longer you hold your equipment, the good players will play around the equipment, right? And the fact that the Prism could activate a halo at any time, basically activate her hero ability as well with a blue, means that there's a lot of possibilities, but Will doesn't have to do any of them unless the situation is favorable for him. And that puts a lot of pressure on Alan here.
When Pudding said that he only tests with his team, I thought he was going to say, "Yeah, we only test good decks." That's what I thought he was going to say.
All right, looks like he's going to go for the Merciful. That'll trigger the Passing Mirage, right?
Yep.
Or not Passing Mirage. Oh, never mind. I'm thinking about a different one. My bad.
You're talking about haze bending.
Yeah, haze bending. My bad.
Genesis is the scariest one in this deck.
Oh boy. Okay, what makes Genesis such a scary card? I mean, traditionally that has been a very, very good card.
It's a free activation on. Yeah, you get to get a free figment out basically if you put a herald in.
Okay, so we basically seen Alan's life total not move, and we've seen Will drop down in health but establish a board state. So that seems like part 1 of the game. What is part 2 of the game going to look like?
Well, basically, he's trying to continue building the board state at a faster pace than Alan can take it out. But the problem with this build and why it's so much weaker than Luminaris is
you can't just check them all for
free. You have to get a
Mm-hmm.
handful of blues to actually extract as much value as you want out of said auras, right? And now he's in a real tough spot with the Spectral Shield to where he's incentivized to make less efficient plays. Like there's a very good chance he pitches for Footsteps here, but that's not going to bail him out on the second, on the Spider Bite that's coming after this, right? And then he's going to have to, give Ironhide or something like that. He has to start making these very weird, inefficient plays to start protecting the auras, while also holding a bunch of blues to get value from the auras.
Yeah, there's no way to extract value from the aura other than with the iris.
Genesis and Merciful and Parable are the only exceptions because they
have other effects.
Right. You can get and haze bending technically.
Interesting. Okay, so Genesis is going to trigger here, and he puts Ode to Wrath into the soul. So I guess Ode to Wrath could be kind of some damage there as well, depending on. Well, Ode to Wrath was much better with Luminaris. I take that back.
Right. The one good thing is it gives the illusionist tax go again, or your first
And
one.
the angels.
Yep. So whereas Luminaris, it was kind of like redundant go again. It shifted Ode to Wrath. The more important text on that card is the go again, not the lose the extra life.
Interesting. I mean, without a traditional weapon here, is there? I believe both of these guys came to battle with. Nope, they both came to battle with 60, I think. So
I think Will had 62 or 63.
Yeah. Okay. Alan has 5. Yeah, Alan has exactly. This game has been going on for quite a while, and he only has 5 cards in his graveyard.
Yeah, he's just swinging weapons at auras. Like,
and
that's
2
all
of
you
them
have
are
to do.
D-reacts.
That's all you have to do.
We're seeing a ton of cleanup here on
Alan's just gonna swing into Genesis. That's all he's gonna do. Like,
he's
it's
playing
that
a janitor Azuri here, just cleaning up the auras here.
I would have liked taking the tunic counter and then throwing footsteps in front of the weapon, but maybe he needs that to play another yellow aura or something like that.
Could be.
I think the weapon have piercing.
Oh yeah, it does. You're right. The weapon does have.
Oh,
piercing.
it does have piercing. I completely forgot about that. Yep.
Codex of Frailty. Shing, we can hear you, by the way. You may want to mute yourself.
I don't think Will has an attack in the graveyard.
Yeah, he may not. So, does this? I'm not very familiar with this like Iris Prism style here. If he's really running like no attacks at all, like that feels really weird.
Well, Josh,
I'm very out of my element here.
That's. It sounds like you're coming to the realization that everybody else has came to, that it's a terrible deck.
I'm like, how do you win if your opponent just blocks you and cleans
your
up?
Your opponent has to trip up, and then you get like 12 damage off 3 blues. Like that's the line, right?
Right, but Azuri is never. That's basically that could happen with Azuri, but he has.
Azuri's always going to take out a Spectra at least once, right?
Yeah.
And like it just isn't. It's not. It's not good.
Interesting. All right, so this looks like it's just an E-strike at the face here. Is this, or is this?
He's gonna tunic counter Spartabite into Genesis. Should.
All right, Will taking some more damage here. Looks like he wants to keep his hand.
And see, Will went from 4. See, this is the, call it aura economy, right? He was at 4 auras in 19 life. And now he's at 2 at 14 life. But Alan's life has not changed, right?
Yep.
So the game is not progressing in any manner for Will is the problem. And like, this is fantastic and everything, but there's no shot that this isn't getting popped or
No.
Sure, just eat it. I mean, well, this also doesn't have go again. Oh, that's nice. I like that. It gives it go again.
Wow.
That's good. Nice
yeah.
play.
Ode to Wrath has extra text that the old Prism used to never care about because Luminaris just gave all the attack action cards go again anyways.
And now he can play a Figment because a Herald is winning into Soul. And he has an action point.
Yeah.
And he has tunic counter.
Yeah, we're cooking here. Except those were 2 random cards he got, so it could be.
Maybe?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, if these are 2 blues here, I mean, he could turn it into 3 damage into 3 damage at the minimum
Well, if
here.
if he has a blue, he can utilize tunic counter, and he can actually double figment with the
Ooh.
halo.
All
And
right.
like now is kind of when you want to be making those plays because,
All right. So we see the Figment of Protection chosen as the first card here. I believe he needs to. Okay, so he's resolved the. When a Herald has gone into Soul, you can search for Figment. Okay, so he's searched for Figment. Still has an action point here.
he has to pay 2 to activate it and flip it.
Yes, if he wants to turn this Figment into an Angel, he will have to pay 2 here. Looks like he's going to pitch the Figment of Ravages to awaken the Figment of Protection into Aegis, the Archangel of Protection.
Look at that art. Ooh.
And he has a blue to pay for the attack here. All right, when Aegis attacks, you may banish a card from your hero's soul. If you do, create 2 Spectral Shield tokens. Looks like he chose to do so, and now he has a ton of Spectral Shields to basically protect against the Spider's Bite and the Nerve Scalpel to some degree.
See, I don't appreciate Will right now because I just got done talking all that crap about this deck, and then he did a very impressive line.
And now he has 4 auras plus 3 Spectral Shields, and you were, saying, "Oh, Will, you only got 2 auras. Look at you now."
Yeah. So now we have a decent board state, and so because the Spectral Shields are there now, and he has Ward 4 built into the Angel, it gets Hurl's good.
Hurl is good. Yep, Hurl allows you to target.
I don't know because if you target Prism, it's just the Spectral Shields is going to suck.
When this attacks target dagger you control deals 1 damage to target hero.
Happening.
Yeah, what is happening here? So Hurl can't. Oh, Hurl is targeting Aegis. Okay.
Oh, and he's gonna hurl it at Aegis as well to kill her.
He didn't pitch for it though.
Hmm.
All he's done is declare that he's targeting the Angel of Protection with Hurl.
Okay, which one did he just go get?
Will in response got the Figment of Triumph, which brings this down to 2.
Oh, and it makes -1 to the attack. So
correct. So now the
that's
Archangel has 2 health left. Okay, so now Alan is going to have to go. So Will has used his. What was that Pokemon card from like the very base set that allows you to tutor whatever you want? Computer search. He computer searched for his Figment of Triumph, and he has basically used.
I was gonna say Mr. Bill, but that's draw 2, isn't it?
Yeah, Mr. Bill is draw 2, not that one. So now the possibilities for Will have been greatly reduced, and now the mental strain for Alan is definitely reduced now, because Will can no longer just activate Halo at instant speed here. Alan goes to clean up one of the auras, and the Herald, the Archangel of Protection, heals.
This is good.
This has turned around a lot. Will has 4 cards and a
he
giant
can jam out
board right
2
now.
more shields right now. Like, if he has 4 blues here, it's insane. It's insane.
If he has 4 blues here, we're gonna see several auras attack into the Aegis, probably attacking. I don't know if you need to awaken the Figment of Triumph quite yet, right? Oh, and he's going to heal with Heart. Oh, man. Maximum value here. Oh, man. What in the world is this? All right. Shakedown coming up in front of Pierce Reality.
Doesn't have Phantasm. Call the ambulance, but not for Will.
Yep. Spectral Shield coming in here. Now, this is a little bit risky, right? Because if the Spectral Shield was by itself and somehow
there's
Azuri could deal
there's no
damage.
risk here.
Yeah, there's no risk here. Yep.
Because I think with the last one, he's just going to attack with the angel and make 2 more. I mean, I don't see any unless he wants to do that and turn the figment into. Does he have 4 blues? All he needs is a yellow to attack. So this is
Yeah.
12 value and then another 4. So it's
Yeah.
16 and heal 2.
Yep. And then the
Ooh.
It's sick.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's sick. So
no.
the Halo play there basically messed up all of Alan's math. He was like, I'm gonna take care of this Archangel of Protection, and Will was like, no, you're not. I'm going to grab Figment of Triumph at instant speed, mess up all your math, and get a ton of value now because the Archangel has survived and generated 2 more shields.
Yep.
This is looking real bad for Azuri right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way to put it than just Alan needs some milk or something because he's in a rough spot. Because Will still has a Figment on board.
Yeah,
that's just doing -1 to all attack actions, right? And that's just massive.
And it can't. No, it's only when it enters the arena.
Oh yeah, but he has the ability to flip it and then get another ward 4, right? So like, there's so much ward potential on the board. He's effectively at 27, just about. Once that's flipped. So that, I mean, it's just sick.
Yeah, as Kuziko says in chat, "Hey guys, we thought Prism was bad though." It's possible. It's possible Prism has very polarizing matchups. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, theoretically, this should be one of the better matchups because Azuri does have action points built into the weapon, but other than like Hurl and Rabble and E-Strike, there's not really that much go again. So Alan doesn't have the ability to really pressure the spectral shields, and also get rid of aura because Azuri's lines involve putting most of the damage at the end, which is the opposite of what you want against Prism. You want all your damage up front.
This, I don't know how many cold foil spectral shields a Prism needs to own, but this Aegis Angel has made 6 already. This is very out of control here. And without Phantasm shutting down the turn, like, there's really no way for. I think this is basically a lock for Will.
Yeah, I don't see any way that Alan can really.
Azuri has to dedicate a whole turn to kill this Archangel,
and then Will still at like got 6 shields on board. He has a Figment ready to go. I mean, he's so in such a good position right now that he could just hard cast a Figment, which you usually never want to do. Yeah, and it's not
Figments
the worst.
do have a. You can deploy a Figment for 4 as an instant, basically just like so bringing out your Merciful Retribution Genesis. All right, so Hurl again. Is this going to be targeting? Looks like it is going to target the Archangel, and Alan will kill it with a weapon, I presume.
I think he actually hurled the weapon, I believe, right?
Yeah, he hurled the weapon to get rid of a shield, but you can't. Okay, so the Aegis finally goes to the graveyard here, but that Archangel generated ridiculous amounts of value here, and Will probably has a ton of blues here and is going to start chucking auras at Alan here. We have not seen an Azuri activation the whole game.
Well, if Alan's not careful here, I mean, look at this. Look at this rotation real quick. This is 3 cards out of Alan's deck at least, 2 to 3 cards, and Will has not expended 1.
Yep.
So he's got to be very, and every one of them has a break point as well, right? So, very interesting spot here.
Yeah, very interesting. All right, so Alan still has a weapon left, so he can get rid of the Pierce Reality if he wants to. Just start clearing up some auras. Looks like that's what he's going to choose to do. All right, well, luckily, Will still has 5 backups. The Figment of Triumph cannot swing, but the Spectral Shields definitely can because they are auras.
And for
these
chat,
are coming in for 4. Yeah.
Yeah, the deck sizing as well. 37 in Allen's deck, and then 43 in Will's. So, you know, Allen's getting to a point to where he literally just has to block every turn. He can't cover up the break point. So I can't think of a way that Allen gets out of this. If anybody can do it, it'll be Allen. But I don't see it.
Well, we got over 150 people tuning in to the show match. We just want to thank everybody that's joining us. We're really happy that you're here to watch this. We've already finished 1 match. This is the 2nd match. We got 3 more matches to go. All right, so the what is this? The Archangel of Triumph, also known as Victoria, has now made her debut. So Victoria says, when she attacks, you may banish a card from your soul. If you do, attack action cards your opponent's control get -1. So not really relevant here. We're probably never going to activate that.
Well, he did last turn, right? He attacked with it, so whatever he flashes in is at -1. Which he's going to throw it into the Angel more than likely anyway, and it's going to be a 6 attack, so it's not really going to be relevant. But
I mean, none of this stuff has Phantasm though, right?
No, I'm just saying it could be relevant for like the amount that something comes in.
Looks like Alan has had enough of this.
Yeah.
As any Guardian player knows, like there's a certain level of frustration playing against Prism. All right, well that just ended all of a sudden there. Okay, well that was very interesting. Let's bring them in to have a chit chat.
So what did we learn, chat? We learned we block or pop Erudition. That's what we learned, chat.
Base when you
hello. Well, Nathan is eating his words.
That's a fact.
What did he say?
I was talking mad shit about Prism, and then you went and he let the Erudition hit. You flashed in all the go again. It was just insane. Like right before you did it, I was just talking mad crap about that deck, and then you just
we were both very confused. We're like, so you're deploying 1 aura, 2 auras sometimes, and Alan has just been cleaning up the board.
Yep.
And your life total keeps going down.
Yep.
And then that turn, like everything changes.
That is how you have to win.
Yeah. Why don't you just break down the game a little bit for us? Any other important moments, or just like why you decided to go with this style of Prism?
Well, I think the new Prism is bad.
That is what Pudding, Nathan, and I told chat at the beginning of the game.
I think she's bad, but I still love her. And if you're going to play anything that resembles the old version of the deck, I think you just need Iris of Reality, because you're still going wide. You still have access to go again. And then, like you said, back in the day, you trade your life for a board state. Well, now you have less life. And if you can't pull off something cool like Erudition into instant speed, Ode to Wrath, like it's pretty tough nowadays. Actually, the deck is not easy.
Yep. We also saw the next turn you utilized the Halo very well. I think, Alan, you had the intention of killing the Archangel Aegis. You intended to kill the Archangel of Protection with Hurl into a dagger, but then he was able to grab the Figment of Triumph. Did that mess up your math there?
Yeah, I could still could still if I want to kill the Archangel of Protection, I can still do it, but I can't clean up the Angel and the Auto Wrath at the same time. And I think he get the boss state, then I just never come back. And maybe I should just go for the face when he is down to 15 life.
Yep.
So
We didn't actually see a single Azuri activation from you, so
One at the very
I
end.
guess you were just under too much pressure to clean the board state up. Is there any I mean, other than maybe playing more aggressively towards his life total, is there any other things that you think maybe you could have done differently during that game?
I don't know. Maybe I can give up all the armors to block all the erudition.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that old Wrath got me. And
yeah. We Nathan and I totally forgot that card because in the old Prism you never needed that because of Luminaris. So that was a very, very rare. I feel like that's a very, very rare interaction. But now that you've seen it once, you will be able to like adjust and be like, okay, now I know like that's a possibility, and that's a very strong line. So I'll watch out for that next time.
What line are you referring to? Sorry.
Giving Erudition go again with Ode.
Oh, with Ode. Yeah, that's one of my favorite things to do in the game, honestly. You rarely ever did it back with the old Prism because you had Luminaris, but sometimes you had too many blues and you just did that like to be sneaky. That Angel of Protection that was just vomiting out, because that was kind of became very clear to me early on. You were doing such a good job at clearing my Spectra, Alan, that I had a big soul because of Merciful Retribution, and I was like, I have all this soul. I really need to make good use of it with an angel, and the Shield Angel of Protection was just like, if I can get good value off of that, and I was able to keep it for enough turns that it just felt huge. That was awesome.
Okay. Yeah. Do you guys have any closing thoughts? If not, we will move on to the next match.
Very fun, but I think I got very lucky. Thank you very much for the game, Alan.
Yeah, thank you for the games.
Okay. Okay. With that, we will move on to the third match. We always say that Josh versus Jack is the classic battle, but this is rapidly becoming the SHOWMATCH classic battle as well. For the light side, we have Sebastian piloting Lexi, and his opponent is none other than Kaiser playing Azalea. This was a traditional matchup in the last meta, but recently Bullseye Bracer got banned, so this could be a potentially a fairly different matchup. Lexi lost her burst. Azalea also lost the ability to do 2 airs if she wants. I guess we'll just jump into it. They're already in the other match. Okay, so we don't have to move anybody. Let's just jump into it. Alan and Pudding and Nathan, you guys can we could commentate this together, I guess.
Yep. So this is really interesting. Obviously, you have the Hornet Sting on Lexi's side, makes a lot of sense. But I love Kaiser's selection, not only because I have 4 of them in cold foil and I need the price to go up, but also, the fact that I mean it actually makes a lot of sense, right? A lot of the deck is redline. You're trying to just get as much offensive value as you can, which typically goes to like Goliath Gauntlet and stuff like that. But obviously Azalea is not running any 2 cost or higher, so this is like the cheap version, basically.
Aim.
All right, so in the previous meta, this was considered slightly Azalea favored, if I recall correctly,
That is correct.
Of
Yeah.
Red in the Ledger. I remember at Pro Tour 3, Nova Chan, who's also from Hong Kong, was talking how he decided to bring Azalea because he thought it would be strong against Lexi.
Ooh.
That's a good hit there.
He's bringing the heat.
Yep, bolted shot reloaded into Red of the Ledger here.
Getting that turn 0 armor. Oh, it's a no block. It's a no block.
Oh boy. Yeah. That's pretty brutal here. So this is actually one of the key cards in the matchup. So this is Red in the Ledger is an Azalea specialization that says if it hits a hero, they can't play or activate more than one action. Luckily, you can load the bow because that's an instant, but you're only firing one arrow, which is not what you want to do with a weapon that says strike twice, right?
I mean, if it's 3 of a kind, like you're laying this down every single time. There's no decision point here. So with him taking a while, I mean, it just has to be a no block, right?
Yeah,
I think
I
it
believe
might be a 2 block, right? Because
no 2 block. You can give arm. You can give arm piece and boots, and then that, right?
But if it's no block, I think he can just take it.
Yeah, if it's
So
no
he-
block, you
he-
have to take it. Yeah, but if it's a 2 block, you can still give boots and arms.
Yep.
To stop it.
Yep. And getting Red in Ledger turn 1 can also turn on your Codex of Verity, which is pretty good.
Right. I guess that's the question. If it is a codex, are you in favor of blocking with the armor and the codex to preserve, or do you think giving the frailty can't be worth it because you have to give
it's
the
a
3 of a
fair
kind.
point.
Yeah. You have to give it. Or else your turn is literally arrow for 6 and then arsenal, right? That's the only.
Which is not.
It's not terrible.
It's not terrible, but you are basically losing one card. You're basically playing a 3-card hand.
Right.
Giving armor on turn 0 always hurts, but I think this is the correct decision. And Seb is going to do that. You know, I have a question. Why do Ranger boots block more than Guardian boots and Warrior boots and Runeblade boots? Huh? This is really weird. These are a 2 block on the boots.
I wish
maybe
Runeblade
one
had
day
some
we'll get
2-block
to
boots.
we'll ask Mr. James White at a Q&A. All right, so Toxic Tips did reveal an arrow, so Azalea does take a damage here.
Well, the most important aspect of that turn is from now on, Kaiser does not have to double pump anything to guarantee an on hit, right?
Yep.
1 pump is more than enough to guarantee any type of on hit as long as it's dominated, which is really gives Kaiser the freedom to like block with some cards and then return something in that fashion. Whereas it's more of like just haymakers until somebody has like really good disruption.
All right, starting off with a drill shot here.
Yeah, we take
only.
those.
Yeah. It's gonna get to put a -1 counter on the skull bone cross wraps, but that is basically never jumping in front of anything until the very, very end of the game, anyways. All right, so second activation here. So I guess let's zoom out a little bit here. And I was just about to ask, do we think Seb is on a more
oh, for sure, the
fuseless build,
yeah.
or with the ice package? Looks like he has the ice package, and then on the other side, Azalea generally, we've seen the builds of Azalea kind of converge to, other than the Sandscour Great Bow, the Death Dealer lists kind of have converged, right? Because Azalea has, good cards and bad cards, right? Like, Read the Guide Path, good. Dead Eye, good, right?
Yep.
Premeditate, good, right? So, basically, the Azalea players have identified all the good pumps and all the good arrows, and their deck is relatively homogenized now. This Triple Frostbite, though, does hurt Azalea quite a bit normally, right? Because Azalea lists. How many blues do most Azalea lists?
Usually like 6 to
Azalea lists
9, right? 6 to
run now.
9.
Like Knock the
I
Death
think
Whistle.
I think it's 9. 3
Yeah.
blue button shot, 3 knock, and 3 spires. Like
Yep.
So it looks like Kaiser did have a blue
Ooh.
there. Ooh, getting the pitch Plague Hive here.
Ooh, hit the frailty. One time.
he hit the 30 is gonna be very huge.
Yeah.
Yep, that would be huge. This red in the ledger, though, is also pretty huge here because this is basically saying, give me 2 cards. Slowing down the pace of the game here. All right. A 4. I presume that will be the middle one.
Oh, the 30.
It is the frailty.
Oh, sick.
Kaiser, lucky dog there.
And
But maybe
because,
Kaiser won't have an inertia because he's playing the right ledger this time.
Yeah, the inertia token would also be decent there. Oh, I mean, Plague Hive is one of those cards where, in certain matchups, you're not unhappy to see all of them. All right, we got 134 people in chat. Thank you for joining us. Tell your friends. We're just getting started. Still have 2 more matches to go. Double drill shot here, jumping in front of the red in the ledger. So this is going to be a fairly simple turn here from Seb. Probably just going to throw an arrow and then Arsenal. You don't really want to run a double arrow turn into frailty if you can avoid it. Let's see. So do we think Azalea is going to be utilizing the crow's nest very often here?
only when you have like extra resources. I don't think it's like anything that the deck heavily leans on.
Mhm.
But I mean, we just saw Plague Hive, so anything's on the table.
Yep.
But I think Seb really has to break this cycle of 2 card, 2 card. Because if they continue down that path, I think that's where Kaiser can kind of eke out an advantage. Because one, Seb's armor's gone, but also, dominate on a certain card effect with some pumps behind it is all it takes. Oh,
It's Mr. Bull, also known as Warmonger's Diplomacy.
the spice.
What is this? All right, so starting with the hero to your left, each hero chooses war or peace. If they choose war, the only actions they may play or activate during the next turn are weapon and attack actions.
Mm-hmm.
If they choose peace, the only actions they may play or activate during their turn are weapon non-attack actions. And Azalea is a pretty healthy mix of both, just like Runeblade. This is very, very strong against Azalea. Very, very strong against Viserai. Very, very strong against any deck that's trying to utilize a mix of cards.
Just disable all the pump spell.
Yeah. And a Falcon Wing had go again here, naturally, so... Alright, so... I'm guessing Azalea chose War.
I would hope.
And I presume Lexi also chose War. So...
You can't even use your hero ability, right? So like if that's not an arrow
Weird.
or a non-attack,
The only actions they may play or activate are weapon and... Yeah, you're right.
yeah. If it's not an arrow,
Wow.
you are just done.
So Warmonger's
it's past
Diplomacy is kind of like your race face that you could just point.
It's worse.
and
It doesn't
shoot.
even have to hit. It doesn't
Yeah.
even-
It's auto erase face. Oh man.
If that's not an arrow, Kaiser just passes turn. I mean, there's nothing
Yeah.
he can
Chef
do.
Seb with the spice here. All the salt and pepper.
He can't even activate the helmet. Like nothing. Right? If they choose war, only actions.
Yep.
The only
you're right.
no, it says the only actions they may play or activate during their turn are weapon and attack. So Yeah, you can't activate hero abilities. You can't activate equipment other than weapons.
I think if Kaiser doesn't have an arrow in his arsenal, he need to pass his turn.
Yeah, he just has to.
Even he is holding a Codex hand, he can still play because the Codex give you attack action and you can do nothing.
Right. Yeah, there's well, he can't even play the Codex if he picked war, right? So there's literally just nothing. If that's not an arrow, he just passes turn. I think Kaiser is rereading it a fourth time, hoping that every time he reads it, there's a chance that some of the words will change. Oh, and he draws.
Zero cost time walk. It's just an extra turn.
Man. All right, let me pull up TCG player real quick. Order my play set. Okay, done.
If you haven't got it as soon as possible.
If you're a hero that can go wide, this is one of the best, I guess, rupture cards that you could play. Like, normally ending your turn with CNC is good if you go wide. Ending your turn with Warmonger's Diplomacy also seems very good if you could go wide. Actually, do you even need to go wide? Like, it's possible that you just throw your hand down and spend your turn to play it, and against certain turns, it just time walks them.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's a real good silver bullet card here. When it's good, it's good. Pathing Helix here. Looks like into Endless Arrow here. And Seb's life total has not moved here. Azalea is down on life, down on tempo here. We're going to need to see some, probably several turns of strong on hits to get back in this game for Kaiser. Come on, Josh, you got to give more spices other than salt and pepper. That is true. I gotta cook with more spices, right? Basil and parsley and cumin and there's a ton. All right, so with a 3-card hand, what can we see here from Azalea? Probably a single pump into, a 4 or 5 damage arrow would be best here.
Yeah, it could be one pump, or if he draws a pump off of it, he could be a double pump.
Lace with Inertia is a good way to, start getting back in the game. Denying Lexi from having a 5-card hand, 4-card hand, 6-card hand would be good. Paprika, yep, that's true. Time. I really need to take a look at my cabinet and see. I'm blanking on them. All right, so we have Lace with Inertia, and we're gonna load a Remorseless. And Remorseless is pretty good, but I mean, Remorseless basically says against Lexi, it's like, all right, take 2 or 3 extra damage here, because each arrow that she fires is gonna lose a health here. So if Seb has a good hand here, he may just keep it here, but he won't be able to have an arsenal.
I think Seb might take it because he's leading on tempo and he haven't seen a single 3 of it. He's the expansion. He haven't seen one of his ring races.
Yep.
And he can generate a very wide turn and leading the tempo all the time. Especially when Azalea already fired 2 red into legends. Oh, a 30 check.
Frailty Trap.
It doesn't trigger because there's no
Doesn't
code there,
trigger.
but, yep.
But you know, the only D react generally that Lexi plays is Frailty Trap.
So he
I
can block
assume,
some dominate right in nature.
Yep.
assume it's a codex or 3 of a kind turn, I guess.
He could also flip in an arsenal if he has one of the cards being Rain Razor. I could see
Yep.
that.
That does open him up to, like, taking a setup turn against Azalea is kind of risky, because if they, okay, looks like he's going to take that setup turn here. So depending on what Kaiser drew here,
This is a very important turn.
this is a very important turn. Yeah. So when your opponent is showing you Rain Razors, you got to have an excellent turn here to disrupt.
Oh,
Let's see what he has.
I think if
Codex.
Kaiser get all pumps, then he might can get back into the game.
yeah.
All pumps with a seek and
Alright.
destroy or inertia. With
Up to the bottom, meaning unless Kaiser takes a risk here, this arrow will not have dominate.
He has some options here, though. He has a Bolt and Shot Red in Arsenal, so he could play a
Oh,
pump, play the
okay.
Codex, go get.
Is it all pumps and a red ledger though? Then maybe he can get back into the game.
But currently he has no Dominate, so at worst, Lexi could just lay her whole hand down.
Yeah.
I think he might be going for the Bolt and Shot play, though.
Oh.
Because he could activate
extra
the...
op, kind of.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that is extra op. Yeah, that's a very good point, Pudding, is that Bracers of Belief lets you look at the top card.
I can't understate how good that card is to chat. And it has nothing to do with my position in them.
Take Aim is on the top of Azalea's deck here, so Kaiser is going to have to get an arrow from the bin, not from the top of his deck here.
Or if his hand is another codex, he can use his Azalea to get a take aim and then reload the arrows.
Or he could put on his Thieving Mitts and grab the New Horizons and move it over to his side of the board. And then he could proceed from there. Looks like he's going to play out the Codex, and I think he's going to get Bolt and Shot, like you said.
Yeah, it's just an easy, like, 2-arrow turn here, and still gets the... He does have to discard here, which is super unfortunate, but he kind of gets refunded on that via Death Dealer, and especially because he can tunic counter into it.
All right, so we haven't seen major disruption yet. The Frailty token is good, but we haven't seen anything that's super backbreaking for a 6-card hand. Seek and Destroy is good disruption for the next turn, but we're still waiting. I mean, if I was Seb, I would look at the situation and be like, he probably doesn't have a super disruptive arrow in hand. Else he would have saved the Seek and Destroy for that. All right, Seb just laying down his hand here. And if a follow-up arrow hits, Seek and Destroy is going to get major value here. Seek and Destroy is not the whole turn, right?
Yeah,
It's just the
no,
next
attack.
zero attack.
It's just the next attack, yeah.
Okay, so Seb does not need to block out this arrow here, but he probably will, since the chance that he has a good turn with this is low.
Oh.
Ooh, we got this blue Spire Sniping. Not really where you want to be, but still gets to look at the top 2 cards.
Yeah. It's very likely he just shooting with the Spire Sniping.
Yep.
Oh, he draw one first. Yeah, yes. So he got to take aim in his hand.
Yep.
And
So he could Azalea this if he wanted to. Yeah, puts both on top. Looks like he is going to go take aim into Spire Sniping here.
yep.
Okay.
Likely.
Yep.
And he knows
Which
exactly
means,
what he's grabbing off the ponder, which is really
are we
good.
going to see another Warbonga here? Because
That could be.
yeah, because Kaiser doesn't use his ability, so it's very likely his arsenal is non-attack actions. And
Yep.
if he take a Warmonger this turn, then he need to give us death of 6-card turn with ring raises.
Yep.
That would be huge.
You know, in terms of game development, there's always like, you know how James White talked about how there's like highs and lows for heroes. And so Outsiders was like the high for Azalea, right? And then they're like, you know what? Just in case Azalea is too strong, let's print Warmonger's Diplomacy in the next set. Just in case, right? We're not sure if Azalea is going to be broken or not. So that's kind of what I think that they did here.
Kaiser for sure should respond with the Lexi activation take tunic counter here, right?
He should, but
I mean, there's no like real.
I mean, looks like he's fine pitching for it. He wants to keep the tunic for something else, I guess. Possible that he just doesn't have a strong turn here, so
I think
Very
it's still the same
Interesting.
because
Oh.
you have to get rid of the frostbite in his turn.
right.
Yeah, that also could be it too.
It's very interesting that while Seb had a frailty token, he chose to shoot the searing shot with a rain razors in arsenal, because now your rain razors diminish the next turn because you can only go 2 wide theoretically.
Okay, take aim. Being flipped up with the skull bone cross wraps. And he kept it on top, I believe. Nope, still deciding. Looks like he is going to keep it on top. So he has the option of playing out the take aim, reloading a card, and then activating Azalea, if he so chooses to. This could be a turn where he uses his Snapdragons. As if he reloads a card and then Azalea's it, he would still have the Death Dealer activation, depending on what's in his hand. All right, looks like he's going to play out the take aim. Reload a card. Is he going to Azalea? Thinking on it. Still thinking on it. All right, let's talk a little bit about from like the macro perspective. How do we do? Who do we think has the advantage at the moment, or do we think it's relatively even at the moment?
I would say Seb right now, but I mean, Kaiser really needs to start dominating right now, because like there's a very good chance that if he didn't, then Seb would just block 3 cards in an arsenal, right? To kind of set up the bigger turn with the rain razors. So I think Kaiser's just number one priority in this situation is to provide the disruption to minimize the value out of that card that is visible in arsenal.
All right. This is a dangerous scenario here. We have a 5-card hand from Lexi with Rain Razors in the arsenal, and there was no disruption presented to Lexi. All right. Let's see what Seb can do. Pitching a red. Ooh. That is generally not a good sign, having to pitch a red here. Meaning he's going to have to pitch another red to activate Voltaire, which means his hand probably would get a little bit more value on defense. I would have liked to see him set up a little bit more, I think. Okay, Searing Shot's going to hit. Kaiser has no blocks there. Takes 5. Second activation here. Interesting. He drew. Okay, so he had another Rain Razors, but he just didn't have the resource cards to really utilize them here. If his first card was a blue here, he could have done a ton. He could have done quite a bit of damage here.
Imagine the turn if he had the Searing Shot in Arsenal from last turn and didn't take the tunic counter.
Yep. That would have
Ooh.
been a big turn. All right, Remorseless here going to be blocked out by Azalea. All right, looks like we're going to have a fairly simple turn from Azalea here.
I think the only way Kaiser get back in the game is he had a inertia, or he can destroy and cheat in a maybe with a red inertia. Otherwise, I think Azalea is losing too much temper right now. Because
yeah,
Lexi can.
It goes back
Even
to the
if
Warmonger's diplomacy. Like
yeah,
getting time block there is huge.
Even Ramona's Steph still have a lot of life to take it, and
there's also something that has to be in Kaiser's mind right now, is that he saw one Warmongers. There's a strong possibility there's a second and a third one. So there's like a clock looming in the background for Kaiser. He kind of has to. He's kind of forced to make a move relatively soon. Okay, looks like Yellow Bolt and Shot flipped over. Azalea activated here. All right, premeditate into Bolt and Shot. Very, very strong, especially if he can, if that's a zero cost arrow in hand, we'll be able to have a very, very smooth 3-card turn.
I mean, I think this is one that's very easy to just disrespect, right? Like
I think
Kaiser has the tunic counter, so he could load it if it was a zero cost anyway with Death Dealer and draw a card. So he only actually benefits if it's a 1 cost in this situation.
Right.
And this hurts.
Yeah. All right, so a Red Rebel. Yep. Azalea doesn't have to run just arrows. So I guess this, one of the possible counters for Azalea to Warmongers is just to go rabble.
the Rabble just dodged the frailty token.
Yeah, and it also dodges frailty token. Yeah. But
I mean, the only non-arrow attacks are E-Strike and Rabble, right? And most lists don't even run E-Strike.
Yep. Okay. Seb debating whether or not to lay down another card here. If Seb takes a setup turn, his tunic will go to 2, and then when it comes around back to him, his tunic will be on 3. So that could be a solid line here.
I think this is actually the best case scenario for Kaiser, because if he was to block one more card, I would be very scared of like a Warmonger Arsenal. But in this situation, it just looks like the cliche, 2 arrow off a blue kind of situation, or off of a red.
Seb's pitching a lot of reds to fire arrows, so this could be endless into Warmongers here, since he doesn't have resources to activate the bow. So that's almost certainly what is happening here, right?
Well, yes and no. I mean, at the same time, this could just be the fact that Seb is just trying to threaten it. But if he has Warmongers here, then it could be game ending.
Yep.
Because then he would get the Arsenal and Warmongers, but because the difference in value of Warmongers when it's flipped face up and visible, and then Kaiser gets to decide, oh, I'll just block my hand and mitigate the value there, like he did on the Falcon Wing on the last one, is way different than it just being plopped down from hand. It's way more devastating because Kaiser can't find a way to kind of mitigate the the situation.
Yep. It looks like Seb did not expect that to hit.
No, and now he doesn't know what to do.
Now he doesn't know what to do.
Because now it's either fired again, and if he blocks it, you don't get an arsenal. But I mean, he let the first one hit, so I think you just have to send it. That's my knee-jerk reaction. Because if that's the case, you just use 2 cards to send 4 damage. Like that line doesn't really make sense.
If Kaiser get the inertia rate nature deterrent, Azalea can come.
Premeditate from Arsenal. Gonna be good here. If he finds something he likes here, this could be a very devastating turn.
I think it's still better off if you firing the NS arrow, forcing Azalea block.
I think maybe his last hand is Fear of a Kind. That's why he doesn't want to pitch it.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't seen, like, he had a 3 of a kind turn 0 with 30. He has 31 cards left, so that definitely could be the case, as pointed out.
But when you don't have Snapdragons and your opponent can dominate, what is the actual value of 3 of a kind? It's not actually that high, right? Because you can't do the whole block 2 to 3 cards, because typically the arrow's gonna be
but
dominated.
you have another arrow in your arsenal, which makes
Oh
your
boy! Oh.
You have +2 value.
Oh boy! This is gonna be. What is the biggest arrow you've seen? Sorry, Pudding. What were you saying? Wait, we cut you off there.
I'll just say the endless arrow, if he put into his arsenal and holding a Fear of a Kind, which can make his wing racer have 2 more value.
Right.
All right. So on hit, you get the whole suite of. You get Blood Rot, Frailty, and Inertia. Ugh.
And this does have Dominate, right?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Oh, he
14
did
is
not.
14.
Okay. I mean, 14 is still pretty good. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
It basically gets the arsenal no matter what.
Mega pump here. Okay, he's pumping it another time before it.
Oh.
Okay. Oh my God. He's like 3 of a kind. Let me show you my 3 of a kind. Blue, green, and red. Oh boy.
And because of pre-med, he's still not off an arsenal, so he can kind of maintain the tempo with a dominate. I think Kaiser's very well ahead at this point. I think he found a way to turn the game around. Because
I don't know why Yeah.
Go ahead, Pudding.
Yeah, I just think about Starfall for somehow.
Yep. It's like reveal. Crippling Crush for 13.
That's it. But Seb's basically in the situation here where he can lay down the hand, but then he loses both arsenals for absolutely no value.
Yep.
Or he takes a whole lot of damage and then still gets punished because of the frailty, because all the stuff is forced to be played due to the inertia. So it's like the fact that it's all 3 of them is very, very punishing. This is a whole different situation if that inertia pump is not there. This is a very easy, lay your entire hand down, take a little bit of blood rot, and keep going.
I can't remember seeing an arrow this big before, actually. 17? 17?
It's healthy. It's healthy.
Oh, this is a healthy arrow here.
I think it's better to take the damage right here, because you can't afford losing a ring racer with a big turn here.
Yep. I think Seb just has to determine if he needs 4 cards in hand to do anything. Oh, boys. He lasted 3 cards here. All right.
Oh.
That is a play he could make. Is that the correct play, though?
I mean, would you not keep the Warmongers? Like, it has to be worth more than 3, right?
Wait, is this 15? No, hold on. This 17. Okay, yeah, there's no way he can. Is that a dereacted arsenal?
Oh,
holy shit! And he throws the Raid Razors. Or no, he's gonna keep. Is this?
How much is this? It doesn't have
No,
go against.
he's missing
6.
1 point of block. Right?
Yeah, 'cause it doesn't create frailty, right? So
Yeah, he's missing 1 block here, so he just
Oh.
gets to throw the Rain Razors as a
So if
FU
that's
type of.
if that's the case, then why did we give up New Horizon? If you didn't stop the on hits, why? And you were losing the arsenal anyway.
That is true.
Why give it up? And along with Tunic, right? Like, what are you?
Well,
what are you
you're
accomplishing by
you're
giving it up?
not getting double blood rot.
Or
pretty
the
good, right?
same miscount the number.
But
I think they were.
it did hit, right? You said
It was
did hit.
17 against 17, right? It did hit. I think.
Okay.
I think. Hold on. He blocked for 3-3-3-2. That's
Yep.
11.
11.
12 from the helmet. 13 from.
Oh, it was exactly 17. Okay.
Was it?
Yeah, helmet's 2, Tunic is 1.
helmet is
That's
2, yeah,
3.
okay.
So
Yeah, that's exactly. It was
14 plus
17 on
3 from
17.
the frailty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
We
then
got
it
there.
makes
We got there.
perfect sense. It makes
Yeah,
perfect
okay.
sense to give that up.
So the armor basically blocked 4 extra damage there. Okay, so this is a very, very awkward situation right now because Seb has no equipment left. So what are the implications of losing New Horizons?
yeah, it
There's
turns
several,
off
right?
your. It turns
Your
off
ponder
your
just get very worse.
ponder. It turns off your hit seeker.
Mhm.
If you are lucky, and
Yep. Can't have 6-card hands, and it's in the past you couldn't. It's very difficult to throw 3 arrow hands now because you can't, especially without snapdragons, you can't start the turn with an arrow in arsenal. Seb has to be very careful what he arsenals now, actually. Oh, gee. Okay, well, time walk number 2 incoming here.
I mean, it's a good card, but it's no bracers of belief.
That is true.
Just throwing that out there, chat.
Yeah, and if for some reason you need to acquire 4 copies of Braces of Belief,
I got you.
Mr. Crawford over here has got you.
No, but that card's been putting in work. Okay, so at least he gets to fire an arrow, but still, like, well, I guess he could fire 2, right? Because he could snap it and then activate weapon to load another one. So
Yeah.
it's actually not the
activate
worst.
the weapon, right? Oh, you can.
He can activate weapon. Yeah.
Wait. Activate the ability of a weapon?
Yes.
Yep.
You can activate weapons and play attack cards. So he can death dealer another arrow down.
the best arrow should be the Remorse, I guess.
Yeah, Remorseless, or I think we saw the last red in the ledger be pitched last turn, so Remorseless is probably the best option here. But a red infecting shot would be just fine. That one's okay.
Hamstring shot, not bad. Old school ARC card there.
Oh, off the rip.
Oh,
Nah, it's such a roller coaster.
yeah.
We're all like, ooh.
I mean, this has been pretty good for a Warmonger's turn, to be honest.
Yeah. This is.
He did not get time walked here.
It's
As
very
said,
hard to
fool me
utilize your hand. Yeah, when you get a Warmonger turn. So even he hit a boost, then it's still better than 0.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Sleep Dart has a relevant on hit here.
Very relevant.
Very, very relevant here.
I think deck sizing is about to be very important. So just for the chat.
24, yeah.
Well, you have to also count Kaiser's hand in Arsenal. So currently the deck stands at Seb has access to 24 cards, and Kaiser has access to 30 cards. So he's 6 cards ahead.
Guys, we could have 6 games tonight. If these
Uh-oh.
guys draw. Uh-oh. I mean, this is theoretically one of the matchups where you can draw, right? Because somebody has neither
not when
of
you're
them have
playing-
actual weapons.
Not when you're playing knock. He's just going to dominate
That's
your way
true.
out of it.
Yep.
Because I
Knock
believe
the
that's
Death
all
Whistle.
3 frailty traps, correct? Or just
We've
2?
seen 2, I believe.
Oh,
Hmm?
activation.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Dominated remorseless
Yeah.
here.
FA photo with a premeditate is
Yep. All right, so that.
Ooh.
Oh, you called it.
Ooh.
And he has the pitch for it. Gonna send a Codex of Frailty into the deck again for later.
Nasty.
And this is a strong turn here. All right, so Seb is gonna take 5 here and be able to throw maybe an arrow back at him, which will cause him to take another damage here. So Seb is effectively on 9 here. All right. Seb says he doesn't need this blue infecting shot. Takes 5. And sends it over to Seb.
Morses has to be worth at least another point of damage, so that's really good.
You want to see Shing on Viscerai. Well, you will get your wish in 2 games. I don't want to see Shing on Viscerai. I'm terrified. Bolton, let me tell you what Bolton doesn't want to be doing. He doesn't want to be pitching yellows for AB. All right, so we have a Bolton shot here. One of the best ones, actually. If he could... I mean, Kaiser's incentivized to let this hit. He's like, yeah, you want to throw another arrow at me? Sure. Take another damage.
Yeah, there's no reason to block this.
Like, if you drop to 8 here and Kaiser has enough pumps, he can actually just kill him here. Okay, Pathing Helix. I mean, you may put a... Okay, he doesn't have a card in hand, so it's irrelevant text here. Okay, so Kaiser has a 5-card hand. Seb is on 8. If this is a good arrow on top...
He needs an
Or
arrow.
even if it isn't, he can send it to the bottom and then play Reed. So he's going to get 2 looks here. All right, looks like Kaiser did not want that. He's going to activate Read the Glide Path. Going to let him opt 1 again.
Oh, he did that quick. Yep.
That was pretty quick.
Swap him out.
Maybe not.
Maybe.
This should be a pump, right? If he wanted to draw, because he had the Death Dealer. Unless he gotta take him in his hand.
Correct.
Otherwise,
Or
it
a
should be,
codex.
it should be a pump.
So Read the Glide Path is a little bit awkward here because he has to get it out of the arsenal. But then he's not opting 2. He's just opting 1, so he's going to draw the card that he opts. Looks like we got Tunic into Death Dealer here.
Which is...
Bolton Shot is a good card. Yep. All right, so if he can pump this high enough, he may be able to...
Oh, another look.
Oh, another look, yeah. These rabbles have not been hitting. Kind of like Nathan's rabbles sometimes,
I
right?
tell you what.
Oh, man. Yellow head jab. Oh, man.
Sometimes it's good enough.
Sometimes it's good enough. You know, if your CMH can turn it into something good. All right. Seb took the yellow head jab, and we have Seek and Destroy into Lace with Blood Rot into Bolt and Shot. No Dominate. But this is still
Lexi is
12.
Lexi is very hard to bot 12.
Yeah.
It got so many.
So if this is if he doesn't have 12 block here, he's going to take a Blood Rot as well. So
Takes it. Yep.
Nope, that's an 11 block there.
And that's a knock on the top on the deck. So that's definitely a dominate arrow next turn.
Yep. And he'll be at 3. So that should be game as long as he draws any pump, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
We are getting to the point where he only has 19 cards left in deck, but he should still have 1 or 2 pumps left.
Even he didn't get a pump, he can still grab a red infecting shot and use the crown next to get an extra 1 damage. So
yep. All right, Skullbone gonna opt here. Blue Bolt and Shot in the arsenal. Top or bottom? Unsure at the moment. Okay, looks like it's going to the bottom, and he's going to go find what he needs with Knock instead. So if he has any pump here, this is going to be game. Red in the Ledger, classic card. Good way to start a game, good way to end a game. Azalea activation, going to put the Red in the Ledger face up, giving it Dominate. Any pump here, like Lace with Inertia, here we go. Yep, good game here.
Oh.
Deadeye just erupts Salt in the Wound, and Seb's health evaporates. And that is a win for the Shadow.
Not get swipe, thankfully.
Yep. The people want to have a good close show match, so no sweeps here. All right, I'm going to bring them in to chit chat with us. Hello, Kaiser. Hello, Seb.
Hello.
Thanks for the entertaining game. That was actually a game that was a relatively long game.
Yeah, we thought it would be like 10 minutes.
I don't think it's necessary.
Can you just tell us a little bit about that game and from our perspective? So Alan, Pudding, Nathan, and I were commentating that. From our perspective, it looked like you had a decent lead there, Seb. But Kaiser, you were able to get a few good turns together, and during the mid game you clawed the life total back and all that, and you were able to play through the warmongers, diplomacy, and all that.
The warmonger is quite good.
Yeah, you guys have any thoughts on the game?
I should have just said no blocks.
There
was 1 or 2 turns, and then also it was really tough with the decision to either put the D-React in Arsenal or just Endless Arrow for 5 and get the 5 damage in.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe just the damage would have been better, and maybe just popping Rain Racer on that turn also.
Yep.
Just getting the guarantee.
We were saying in the commentary booth that we were surprised. Like, if he let the first Endless Arrow hit, it's unlikely that he blocks the second Endless Arrow. So we thought that we do agree with what you just said, Seb.
I need to be promoted, Kyle, if you can hear me.
Yeah. So
I think go ahead.
I was gonna ask, how does the banning of Bullseye Bracers affect both of your decks?
Maybe I go first. Yeah. I think the Bracer ban is quite hurt for Azalea because it's like it's take out the chances for you to shoot out for like 3 arrows or 4 arrows turned, because normally people may run like the New Horizon build or even the Death Dura build is the same. They can't have a more stable way to get out of like 3 arrows, and it's definitely a nerf for the button shot in the Azalea deck. Like I for my last game play with Sebastian, like the button shot is much weaker than before because you can't use the bracer to put it on the arsenal and go first. So yeah, it's quite hurt.
Mm-hmm. And then from the Lexi deck, Seb, how does the banning impact your deck?
Yeah, it takes away those super explosive turns, kind of like the combo turns, you will. With just getting that extra 4th or 5th arrow hit with the the bullseye bracers and the endless arrow. So it's definitely a big hit.
Yep.
Then also the
very
accidental, how you have to slot in AB, which like it does take up sideboard slots, and it is a consideration now. It's not just a free Kano or Icelander match.
Yep, for sure. All right. Well, if you guys have any other thoughts, let us know. If not, we will move on. Somebody in the chat asks why Nathan is not on Briar. Well, if you look at the United We Stand art, Shiana is in the art, can't play her. Briar is almost that living legend, can't play her. So there's only 5 heroes left in the art, right? So
yeah, also Ultimate
has to be this way. Yeah, and Oldhim is LL. Yeah, there were 8 heroes in the art. Sorry, yeah. Oldhim LL, he's in retirement now. Shiana doesn't have an adult hero, and Briar is at 998, so almost retired. So that's why we picked these 5 heroes, because they were in the art, basically. Okay. Looks like Nathan has already moved, and Wen has already moved. Okay, so yeah, Kaiser, can you move to gray on TTS? Yeah, putting in Alan, you're gonna have to commentate with me on this one, I guess. Kaiser as well, if you want to join us. I know you love Dory, so this will be pretty good. All right, so we have the match 4 graphic pulled up here. We got we have the other warrior player on the team, Nathan playing Dorinthia, and we have Wen playing Vinset, the adult Vinset. Yes, I know the graphics show the young hero. This is a matchup that Dory got a lot of new tools, and I'm fairly certain Nathan is going to be displaying the newest of all the tools. And Vinset is just like a new hero, so it's like going to be completely different here. Let's just jump into it. I'm very eager to get this going, so let's just tell them we're ready. All right, Dorinthia against Vinset, and I'm pretty sure Nathan is going to flip over the axe. Yes. Okay. So this game is not gonna be a normal Dorinthia game, okay? If you're looking for Dawnblade Dory, there are other videos for this. All right, so
before the game start, I thought when we were bringing the new weapon, but instead it's a Rosetta Phone and a token.
Rosetta makes rune chants are good enough, right? The Vinset does have the whip, right? But I mean, Rosetta Thorn is just too good, I guess. Okay, let me walk chat through this axe build here, because there's been I think the axe build is actually fairly polarizing. Some people say it's bad, and some people say it's pretty good. And I think it all comes from the fact that people are like, well, Dory's not a control deck because you can't control anything. You just deal damage. That's true. So calling this deck Decimator Control Dorinthia is not correct. This is not a control deck. The only thing that this controls is the length of the game. Because Decimator Axe basically says the game is going to be between 10 and 15 turns. And you're going to have to figure out a way to deal enough damage compared to me. And the Axe consistently gives 4 to 5 value, and Nathan probably built his deck with a decent amount of D-Reacts. So he's going to be getting, 14 value from his 4-card hand fairly consistently. And we see that he's running Tunic. So Tunic is used for several things: Oasis, Respite, Cleave, and Shunt, I guess would be the main 3. He's also running the Nullrune Hood here. So, I mean, the Decimator Axe build generally is running about 30 blues, so it's very likely he has 2. So if Vinset goes with like 3 Rune Chants, Nathan can very easily block that. That shuts off a lot of the Vinset on hits. If Nathan can block the 3 Rune Chants, throw 2 cards in front of the 6 power thing, then the Vinset basically didn't really do anything, and Nathan could return damage with the last card. All right, Nathan getting full value out of his hand here. Stroke of Foresight works on axes, even though it has the sword in the art. So have you guys tested Vinset extensively? Have you what type of builds have you guys come up with so far?
We have played test a different build of the Vinset, and this is the build of the Wind build, and he's playing the red binding because it's a 0 for 4, and
Bounding
we also
Demigod.
played.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just like the old version of Chain, and obviously it doesn't do that well, but it the binding Demigod helps his go wide, and other build is you just play the more Wind Gate card and then try to generate 1 extra Rune Chant every turn by Runebird Incarnation, Vernal Moon, the Evolve in Darkness, and then try to set up a 2-cost Rune Gate card every turn. And I think
we just saw an important card there. So Nathan is playing Spillblood. So this is a very, very important card because Spillblood, in combination with Bolters and Tunic, creates a very, very, very strong finishing move, because you can go Tunic into Spillblood, pitch a blue Decimator Axe. It's gonna hit into Bolter's swing again. So basically the math is, if you're below 9, you just die to that. So Dory can drop down very, very low. If you're below 9, she can just kill you with 2 blues and a Spillblood. Anyways, let's get back to what you were talking about, Vinset. So you said the way that Wen built this is going to be going off of the 2 and 3 cost Runegate cards mostly.
I think he's trying to go for a little bit wide build. I think his deck I guess he has a Speed and Grid and a Swarming Goonfell to help him go a little bit bigger, the wider, and you can see the binding Demigorgons. But I think he need to take care for it very soon, because otherwise the binding Demigorgon will deal 1 damage to him every turn. And
okay, so we just saw Vexing got popped. Do you feel like that's a little bit early here, or he just has to do it?
Yeah, I think he has to do it, because if you're sitting more but depth cards in your arsenal, then you are stacking the damage every turn, and if you got a time to use your what was the hand for?
Yep.
The first single hand, then it's pretty good. So
right,
you can see, the Wen turn, he just got a totally off turn.
Yeah, that was we basically saw that turn cycle. Nathan gained 3 life. So having the blue to deny the rune chance, plus the all the cards in warrior block for 3, basically means like if you're just sending 6 damage and 3 rune chance, you're never really gonna break through against Dory with this many blues, AB1, and no 2 blocks in hand. Okay, so we have Phantom Wraith being discarded, but he's going to play Widespread Destruction instead of playing the Phantom Wraith. So this is going to be a Rune Chant plus 6. And if Nathan takes damage, which I think he will from the... Did he choose to...
No, he can't because
he
didn't pay a shadow non-action. And I guess Nathan will just
tunic here. Yeah.
Yeah,
so he'll probably
tunic.
He'll tunic block 6 and he'll get to keep his arsenal. So this is something I wanted to mention earlier, was that because of widespread destruction, keeping a arsenal card is a little bit risky. Assuming you don't have AB, obviously. If you have AB, it's a little bit safer. But they can always make one of the rune chants unblockable. And so you could very, very, very easily lose your arsenal card in this matchup. I think Nathan is not... Unless... So we just saw him use a sigil. That arsenal could be a sigil, right? It could be an oasis as well. He's definitely going to want something that he can use at instant speed here. Looks like he's going to do the play we talked about, tunic, and then block 7 here. So he's going to have a 3-card hand here. Popular 3-card hands with this deck include Sharpened Steel into Axe, or okay, that also works. Red Fendal's Fighting Spirit. So this is a little bit reminiscent. Like this deck is a little bit reminiscent of the Tree Frog Dash. So a lot of the good Tree Frog Dash cards: Sink Below, Oasis, Unmovable, Fate Foreseen, Sigil of Solace, Fendal's Fighting Spirit, Raging Onslaught. These are all cards that Dorinthia has sort of picked up as well. And there's a very, very rare card there. Blue Sharpened Steel. People said it was strictly worse than Slice and Dice Blue. But for axes, it's not strictly worse. All right, so right now we've seen Nathan's health not move, and he's been, if Wen takes this, he's going to be at 20 here. What do you think Wen could do here to kind of get out of this?
I think first thing first, he need to get out his blood deck cards.
Yep.
As soon as possible.
He's got 2 blood deck cards here. He does have Spellbound Creepers, but he can't guarantee Spellbound Creepers stays around unless he throws a Rune Chant that is unblockable, or he throws Rosetta Thorn at him. So, just having AB1 and this density of blues is kind of counteracting the Spellbound Creepers here.
I think Wen's list is more into the utilizing the Spellbound Creeper build, or instead of the Sky Go Again build. So the AB will definitely very effective to his play.
Yep. And we're kind of seeing kind of the issue here is that he now has 3 cards with Blood Debt. So he's definitely going to have to figure out a way to get these out of there. And okay, so Rune Blood Incantation is a start. That'll help pay for future rune gates, especially if they're two cost rune gates. So Swarming Gloomveil here. And being met swiftly with a Sink Below.
I think maybe when sitting on the Ravel in his arsenal. So he can raffle and then play the wild spread activation. And then he also can use the Spellbound Creeper to get his binding damage on as well.
Yep.
Assume.
Mm-hmm.
So Nathan is need to think about it. Does he need to block with this wound chat or not?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the rune chant was supposed to be fired, yeah, because when the rune blood incantation enters the battlefield, it creates creates one, right?
I
No, it
think it's
doesn't.
only create on the start of your turn.
Yeah, so there shouldn't have been a. Okay, so he took the rune chant damage. Okay. Oh, he had the rune chant from the hero ability banished.
Yeah.
It's not a turn. Okay. Okay, so he has taken a damage here. So now the Spellbound Creepers are kind of live here. Bounding Demigon here without go again, but like you said, it's very likely there's a creeper play here.
Ooh, blocking 6.
Yep. Raging Onslaught. Like I said, all those Tree Frog Dash cards coming back here.
Is Nathan trying every 3-4-7 build in every single?
Yeah, he loves 3-for-7s here. Revel in Rune Blood. Excellent card here. Gonna be able to get that 4-cost Widespread Annihilation out of the arsenal here. Or out of the Banish Zone. Nathan's gonna throw Warrior's Valor in front of it. Take a bunch of damage here. And I think Wen will tick down to 19 here. But a pretty solid turn here. He dealt 8 damage, got to set up a Rune Blood incantation, and got all the cards from Nathan's hand.
And
So
he will
not
have
too
2
bad.
Wound Chant at the start of
Yep.
his turn. So he
Yep.
definitely can get rid of the Wind Gauge card.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He's going to have to banish a card here, but he could just choose to banish a card without Blood Debt. And basically give himself an IP penalty, I guess, if needed. Yep. Very, very solid turn from Vinset.
Unfortunately, I think the better line of last turn, he should use the Spellbound first, because it's a chance that he can get a card of Nathan's hand with the Wild Spread incarnation. And the way he played the binding Demigon first, letting Nathan to block out of his hand, and then he just miss a hit triggers with
So
his
Nathan
back attack.
lost 2 defense on the overboard in the Demigon, so I think that's fine. Maybe.
Shadow Puppetry here. Old school chain card showing its face in Vinset here. Giving an on-hit effect and possible breakpoint here. So it's coming in for 7. Unfortunately, this Dory deck has Sink Below, Fate Foreseen, and it has Bolters to block, so this is unlikely to hit.
Yeah, he
but
made
this does
the
have go again here. Yep.
He made the Wind Chant can be P-friend, so his Spellbound Creepers can stay 1.
Yep. I think it's key. One of the key things that Wen is going to need to do here is get the Spellbound Creepers at least to 3 here. Generally, there's a correlation between swinging Rosetta Thorn and winning the game. And so the more wide his turns can be, and if he can swing the Rosetta Thorn at the end with an action point, that'd be good here. Nathan is going to block with 2 cards and a okay, Oasis, okay. So clean block there, doesn't have to use the armor. In general, we're in
I think Nathan prevented a Wind Chant because he only have 1 voting left.
Yes, so we said that maybe he made it Yeah, I don't know if Nathan was able to block that rune chant. Because Vinset's at 18, right? So at the start
Yeah,
of the turn,
he
I
only broke
think
one,
he
so
played
yeah.
2 rune chants, so he brought one.
was that rune chant unblocked? They're already
No, no.
past it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just let them. I'll presume that they that's just something that they missed. Okay.
I think Nathan only blocked one rune chant because he used one and one for the Oasis, so
Mhm.
I think he take the rune chant damage.
Okay. Oh, there were 2 rune chants firing. Okay.
So the
Well,
game, become very
yeah,
close again.
Yeah. So Wen's fighting back very well here. Still has a little bit of work to go here. But this rune blood incantation is doing a lot of work here. The difference between that on the battlefield and not is huge. Like being able to play out these 2 and 3 cost rune gate cards is like really, really, really important. Because if Vinset ever stumbles, it's going to be really, really difficult to come back here. All right, we got Envelop in Darkness into Shadow Puppetry into Phantom Banshee.
There's the
Really
perfect
nice
hand
turn
he can
here.
draw.
Yeah. Great
He can
turn
follow
here.
with set to form.
Yeah, really perfect turn here. Looks like Nathan is just going to cover up as much as he can, and Nathan's playing this very patiently. He's
That should
waiting
be
for
11.
Vinset to have. This should be
7
7 plus 3 plus 4.
It should
Yep.
be 10, right?
Yeah, Shadow Puppetry +1 also, so it should be 11.
Yeah, 4 plus
Yeah.
7.
The next attack did. They're playing really fast. I was trying to type to them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
Ben
Wen
just
just
missed
forgot
it.
the first
Yeah,
attack.
just miss it.
Yeah, so that's 3 damage he missed there, or 4 maybe. Okay. I'll just remind them to. How do I phrase this? I'll just tell them after the game. Just I don't want to.
Yeah. Oh, did Nathan play the Oasis on the Rosetta floor?
Yeah, I think so.
He must have, because his health didn't move.
He did.
Oh yeah.
I would like to inform them, but they've already moved past it. So it's like they could rewind the game, but then it gets kind of messy.
Okay. So I think Wen doesn't draw one gay card, maybe. So he need to think that long. And when Vinset doesn't draw one gay card, it's just like a data door.
Yeah, he did.
Data.
Yeah, you don't want to be playing Data Doll in CC here. And okay, looks like he did have a Rune Gate card. Deathly Delight, the yellow version. Not exactly what you want to be throwing out, but it's decent. It comes in at a breakpoint. So Rune Blood Incantation ticks, and he gets 2 rune chants here. So it's very possible that his hand just cannot. He just can't utilize his whole hand here, and
Maybe
that's
it's all
kind
one
of
gay
what.
card.
Yeah, that's kind of what Nathan is waiting for. So Runic Reckoning is good. This is definitely a way to utilize your whole hand here. So pumps would be ideal here. But it looks like Wen is not going to... Oh, is that another pump? It is. All right. Look at that. He's going to make a unblock... One of the rune chants unblockable.
It's coming for 10 this time?
Yep. All right, so this is +3, and 4 base. So this is 3 and 10. Yep. All right. Wen has the dice out, and that is the correct amount. So eventually, Nathan is going to have to look at this and be like, all right, this on-hit effect is going to happen because one of them is unpreventable. So do I even want to pitch for the Rune Chance? And looks like he's like, no, I don't want to pitch for the Rune Chance. And he's probably going to block with 3 cards here and then swing the axe. And that is the most efficient way to, yeah, it's very, very efficient play here. Second spill blood, though, in the graveyard here. So those are the whole refraction bolters, spill blood tunic thing that I was talking about. He only has 1 copy of that left. This could be another 3 for 7 here, or this could just be, okay, this is indirectly a 3 for 7. Sharpen steel into the axe. And have we seen Wen block a single axe? I don't think we have, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
And that's one of the things about this axe is that it's like, if you lay down a card, it basically gives it -1. And it's just a giant feels bad, right? Turning your 3 block into a 2 block, it just feels bad. So, but the thing is, that creates a clock, right? You can only take 4 to the face so many times. You know, somewhere between 10 and 12 times generally before it becomes an issue. All right, Wen I think is deciding. So the Rune Blood incantation is now gone. So now he's going to have to. That really changes things for Vinset here. Okay, looks like he's going to block for 6 here, which will be 5. So 2 damage will leak through here. And this could be kind of difficult. He doesn't have the Vexing Quill hand. He doesn't have Runeblood Incantations online. Still going to be forced to banish a card from the Vinset ability. So unless he could generate another Rune Chant, it's going to be kind of difficult to get that out of there. We may just see a kind of a setup turn here from Wen, but that's going to give Nathan a ton of tempo here.
Okay.
Banishing Widespread Rune. All right. So he still needs to create 1 more Rune Chant somehow here. Let's see if he.
I think he might just pass his turn right here.
Yeah, that. Okay. Firing the Rune Chant, Swarming Gloomveil into probably Arsenal that card, taking a damage. Yeah, this is where Nathan is going to probably just 1 card block this, and then figure out how to get 7 value out of 2 cards.
Yep, I think it's pretty good turn for Nathan to get.
Yep.
A fan has this turn.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, 2 cards 7 is good when your opponent is pinging themselves for 1. So effectively that becomes 2 card 8. The turn cycle here is heavily in Nathan's favor here.
I think Wen can just use the moon on the Nathan turn to create another Wound Chant, so he can play the Wound Guyz card.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that could be the case. Looks like he's just going to Arsenal here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And now we see a very slippery slope here, because without Vexing Quill Hand, without Spellbound Creepers, as soon as you have 2 cards with Rune Gate in the Banish Zone, things get really tricky here. And we're going Sharpen Steel, Sharpen Steel.
Blue Sharpen
8
Steel.
here. Blue Sharpen Steel. I have played many Warrior games. I cannot remember the last time I played a Blue Sharpen Steel.
Maybe in the draft.
Draft. If it's like the first turn of the game, maybe.
I think the way that Nathan approached is kind of forcing when could not easily give out the current husk, because as I see, I think this game will drag into a very long game. And once he give his husk out, and then Nathan can just sit and wait.
Yep.
And then
Yeah,
turn he ping himself for two, then it's already over.
Yeah, just like Chain, once you use the carrion husk, it starts pinging you. Only Levia has the ability to throw the husk whenever.
And the great thing of this is, if you can't give out the husk, but even you block, you will still get punished by the access, which is, I think this access.
The axe does
great.
not reduce the husk, but it is providing a clock here that's pretty annoying here. Okay, so Crowd of Providence, Deathly Whale going to jump in front of this, blocking effectively 4 here.
So take
So
4.
Wen here is going to take 4.
So he need to block every single attack of Nathan now.
Yep, Nathan's definitely going to be cognizant of the fact that the Carrot Husk is about to blow up. All right, so he's going to banish Bounding Demigon here.
Let's see, can he get an extra wound shot?
Yep, he's going to need to get another rune chant somehow. Mauve Skies is is a good way to get action points, a bad way to generate rune chants against a warrior.
I think it's very likely he had a third Bravo in blue. Otherwise, he will lose his husk this turn.
Yep.
Oh.
And is it Husk says if you have 13 or less, banish it at the start of a turn. So he could still have it on Nathan's turn.
Yeah, but
So
Nathan won't attack for it, right? I think Nathan just rather sit down and
and do nothing. Yep. So Oasis here gonna negate all of Rosetta Thorn's damage here. Wen gonna Arsenal, Nathan gonna Arsenal as well. And let the Husk pop. Yep. So the Husk is gonna pop. And that is the amount of times I've seen Husk not get value against Dory is almost 0. All right, so Husk gonna sit in the banish zone and gonna put a 13 turn clock on Wen here. And yeah, Nathan still has 34 cards, so this could be really tricky here. NXI says it can reduce Husk if they block with a second card from hand, and you're right. Because the Decimator Axe is worded that way, you're right. First time it's defended by a non-equipment card each turn. Have the base defense of target defending card.
Oh.
Yeah, it works that way. Nice point. All right, so Wen banished Deathly Delight. So he now has Carrion Husk, Widespread Ruin, and Deathly Delight, all with Blood Debt in his banish zone. 1 rune chant on board. Both of these cards cost 2. So to get them out of banish, he is going to need to generate another rune chant. And Runeblood Incantation will help next turn. Okay, so 1 rune chant into Shadow Averser here. I'm going to guess he does not want to banish a card with Blood Debt from his hand. Chain all day, every day would be banishing cards as Shadow Reverser, but Vinset says no, thank you.
It's a free bot Wookish with some utility.
Yep, exactly.
And then by taking free but that this turn, I think Nathan is nearly reached his goal.
Yep. And
and he got a 5 card turns. Oh,
yeah, this could be the Spillblood turn. If that is Spillblood in Arsenal, this game is over. Nope, that is Sharpened Steel red. Taking Tunic here for Cleave, I presume. Nope, Felling Swing, pitching Heart into Axe. That was a Chorus of Iron Song. I think he also pitched that there. I saw it was too quick there. But this is a ton of damage.
It's good enough. If
that is a Chorus of Iron Song. Yep.
If when doesn't block, he can break the braces to swing it again.
Yep, this is 13 on hit. Bolters into swing again.
Yeah, I don't think Shadowwound Blade can block 13. And also he got a haste triggers.
What's the biggest axe you've seen? This is up there. 13's pretty big. So the issue here is that Vinset is a mandatory thing, right? You have to banish a card from hand, which is not normally it's possible that you just block 12 from hand and say, haha, I have no cards to banish from hand. But the fact is that he has Husk and 2 cards in banish zone. So if he just does that line where he throws his whole hand at this, he takes 3. And then he's in the same position again.
Yeah.
The walls are kind of closing in here on Vinset. The second card is Felling Swing, a 3-cost +6 buff to the next axe attack at red. Warrior action block 3. Why play Chorus of Iron Song if we're playing Axe? Is Dawnblade in the sideboard? I don't think so. I think it is used just to create Courage tokens, because this deck likes to block, and it's a block 3. It's a way to get an extra value out of your turn, basically. All right, so Wen decided to partially block that, take a bunch of damage here, and he is on a 2-turn clock here. Nathan's still at 20. We are in the death throes of this game. Okay, so since this game is effectively over, let's talk a little bit about what do we think Vinset could do differently here? Is it the build? Is it the approach to this matchup, or is it just this play style of Dorinthia is very hard to deal with?
Yeah, I think this maximize his X build is pretty great against the Vinset, because Vinset will deal damage by himself, and then you just block, and then unlike Ching, he can't go too wide, and is pretty good, and wait his butt there to kill themselves.
Yep. The equipment pieces here were really key. Nathan basically dragged the game out long enough that the Vinset lost the Quill Hand and the Creepers, and once both of those were gone, the possibilities were heavily reduced. And does this have go again? Deathly Delay? I don't think so, right?
I think he played the Sky, right?
Oh yeah, he did. Okay, so this does have go again, but can he play out widespread ruin from his arsenal or from his banish zone? I don't think so, right?
Yeah,
So
I think
he's
he
gonna
get
take 2 here.
he get the deadly delight triggers.
Oh, geez, double sigil here.
Oh,
That's one way to block rune chance. All right, so he's not going to tick out here because he has he gained a life from the Deathly Delight, but he has to kill Nathan this turn, or Carrion House kills him, and that's obviously not going to happen here. With effectively 32 life here, or 33 life. All right, well played there from Nathan. Vinset is a hero that I don't know. I'm gonna have to talk to Wen a little bit and see what he talk a little bit about his build and all that and his approach, because I'm not sure like how to approach that hero at all. And people have said that's not that this hero does have issues. All right, so let's bring them in here and talk. Hello, Nathan. Hello, Wen.
Hey.
All right. Well, slow and steady wins the race there, I guess. Very nice defense from you, and the axe puts a decent amount of pressure on. Wen, can you talk to me a little bit about how you wanted to construct your deck and how you wanted your deck to operate? And, maybe just talk to us about Vinset in general.
Sorry. I think the deck I not practice a lot, but what I want to play is at least I will want to get more high in very risky, because the one game you have to get enough one chance so that you can pay it from Banish Zone. So otherwise you can't pay it in Banish Zone. So, and since someone play style is just every time spot 2 or 3 hands, so and then the start turn banish the win gaze card and get the one shot and just get 1 hit. But that I think that is not enough value to win any win the other any hero. So I'm going to try to play more risky play, like the Art of War banish more one gate card in 1 turn and get Muffin Sky or Sort of Property, and the Art of War choose go again, so that I can pay the at least 2 hit from Banish Zone.
There were several like stumblings that we saw during the game. We saw the fact that sometimes you had multiple blood deck cards that you couldn't play out. So like Nathan dealt 32 damage to you and you dealt 8 damage to yourself. And there were many turns where you only had 1 rune chant, you didn't have 2 or 3, and that just seemed really, really difficult to deal with. Nathan, how did you feel about that game overall?
So when I
you want to talk about the axe build?
Yeah. So when I sat down at the game, I knew my number 1 priority was how quickly I could get rid of creepers. That was my number 1. I don't care what I had to do. The number 1 goal was creepers. And when I sat across from Rosetta Thorn, I was like, okay, it's gonna be a little harder. But I run Oasis, so I found the very first one, plopped it in Arsenal, and just waited. Waited because I knew he would say, okay, he's got AB1, so the Rosetta's guaranteed, and then just so that ended up paying off. Once you take away Vinset's creepers, you kind of literally, figuratively take away her legs, and she can't do a whole lot. Other than that, the other key point was the husk. I was trying to I was trying to work it down a lot slower, but he kept gaining life, so that forced me into playing the sharpened steels to make the number big enough to where he didn't want to give the husk because it seemed too early, because it actually was.
Yep.
And because if he would have been, if he wasn't healing as often, I would have blocked with the sharpened steel and just swung forward to diminish the value on husk anyway. But that ended up not being a problem due to blood debt. And other than that, yeah, the axe story list is just supposed to be very defensive, but also draw hands like with the felon swing that we saw at the end, and be kind of not the highest above rate, but be able to punish decks that can't utilize their entire hand, which exactly is where Vinset fits.
Yep. Okay. I guess we'll be seeing more of the axe story in your future then. Okay. Alan, do you have the stream open?
Do I have the stream open?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, please open the stream.
Oh.
Okay. So just view the stream. We have something special for you.
What?
It's coming. It's coming.
This is something almost a year in the making, 8 months in the making.
Yep.
So I how do I know? I turn on.
Go to YouTube and go to the stream. Yep.
Just go to YouTube and watch the stream, because after I leave, well, actually, Xing and I can be here. Okay, so just tell us when you've opened the stream, and then Kyle, when he's opened the stream, switch it to graphic 5.
Wait. Okay.
Okay,
so
you
I
have
turn
the
on
stream
the
open?
YouTube stream. I turn on the YouTube stream.
Just watch the YouTube stream. You can mute it. Just mute the stream and watch it. Okay. Okay, you're watching?
Yes.
Okay, Kyle, switch the screen. It might take 15 seconds for this to show up. Maybe 20 seconds.
Yeah, you got a delay, right?
Do you remember at Worlds 2022, we went to Fogo de Chao, and this was Sunday, right? So you were dead tired there. You see it now?
Not yet.
Yeah, I think it didn't
Not
show
yet.
it.
There it is.
Not
It's up
yet.
there.
Yeah, there it is.
So that photo there is when myself and Xing, right next to you. Alan is in the middle, falling asleep during dinner. We took some other photos as well, but we were like, this is the best one. So,
yeah, this is the best one.
There's Xing and I. All right. Okay, so Xing and I are now going to give you a Bolton versus Viserai show. All right, we're gonna go hop off now. I'll let you guys commentate on that. All right, let's move.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do it. So just to add a little backstory to the picture. It was funny when I met the guys in Hong Kong, or not in Hong Kong, but when they came over for the events and stuff. One of the first things that I thought was hilarious was every single time we'd go eat, they would always say like, "Oh man, it's so much food," because like the portion sizing is like so much heavier in America compared to Hong Kong. And so logically, we had no other choice than to take them to an all-you-can-eat steakhouse, right? Like that's just the next like logical choice in that situation. So it's kind of a tradition now. I think every time we go to a big event and there is a Fogo in the area, I think we end up going now, and it's always a good time, always a pleasure.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I was too tired that day.
Way too tired. All right, so we got Xing and Josh. Obviously, Josh is going to be on Bolton. Xing is going to be on Viserai. Now, I know Xing is a very, very long time Viserai player. I remember back when I was getting into Viserai, I was actually asking Xing for his list and stuff because he was on it before the combo Viserai thing took off. He's been playing this deck for a very long time, and everybody knows about Josh. Josh has been playing Bolton since before Monarch, if that was possible. He's been playing it for quite some time. And yeah, tell us a little bit about Xing.
Yeah,
Okay.
every time he want to play Fizzleye in different meta, we always just use the meta there to kick his ass, and he will give it up. Finally, he can play some Fizzleye. And he recently played some Bolton too, so it might help in this matchup.
Yep. Well, I mean, we can always leave it up to Alan to talk us into playing Dash, right?
Yeah, I think every time, yeah, just like Bodhi said, every time Shane want to play Fizzleye, then we just use another deck to teach him how to play.
Yeah.
And every time it's just a bit short of the game, but given that Bohim is now gone, I guess Fizzleye can really have his place in the meta.
I was excited to start digging into Viscera, but my only holdback is the ice package that we assume the Lexis will start running. Because when you give Viscera just one frostbite, it kind of throws his whole thing off, and makes him. You can very easily get 4 value from one frostbite if you give it to Viscera because everything is such on a tight curve. And so that's the only thing that has me personally worried. But the rest of the meta, he's actually very well positioned. He's good against Levia because you have the burst damage with the arcane, and you can kind of like push the thresholds before she's kind of ready. I mean, he has a lot of play, with the exception of the ice, for sure.
And the new character Warmonger.
Yep,
I
that
think
one hurts.
that guy is pretty destruction.
Also for Dromai might not be as easy of a matchup as we think because of one card called was it Lost in Thought?
Yeah.
And that one, so I had a conversation with somebody about the impacts of that into Runeblade in general, and I think it affects Viscera worse than any other hero just about, because Briar, you only really hit Briar if she has 1 attack, and then it's a home run, right? But if it's 2 attacks, she probably wasn't planning on playing both of them anyway, and you probably just took her arsenal. But Viscera has a lot of his mana base built into his attack actions, so you have the option to take either his only attack or his only blue, and so he's much more susceptible to it.
So I see one weapon on Josh. Is he running the Raiden or the new 2-cost weapon?
So he decided he was going to run Raiden. He knew, just like me, I don't think Decimator Axe Dory is like the most competitive way you can play Dory. But for the show match, we wanted to like showcase as much of the new cards as we possibly could, right? And so that's why he's going more Raiden. We had a conversation, like, if you want to win this matchup, combo is the way to go. It's just the best way to play it. But he wanted to like kind of showcase the cards and things like that. So not to say that the list is bad or anything. It's just he would have better odds playing the combo with.
We've seen a Clown of Dominion on the Shane.
Very good start with a 3-rune chance.
Ooh, 3-rune chance.
So Josh didn't play any AB, which makes sense because Bolton is very mana tight. So they may not afford. Also, they need to charge. So I don't think Bolton can extra AB for the.
Can Josh counter the high roll by blocking with the chess piece though, and charging a banneret? I think that would be like a good, anti-high roll. But
Fizzleye does have pretty many hit effects, so he might want to save the armor for the sky.
That's fair. Yep.
Okay, take 5. always a good start. I assume Josh might follow with Iron Sword versus with the Raider,
It's a
which
lot of
is
flight.
his spoiler cut. Yeah, which is his spoiler cut.
Yep.
And ironically, is although it has the face of Dorinthia, is perform much better on the motor because the Raider is cost 0,
Mm-hmm.
which help a lot to use all your manners on this.
Yep.
And a courage token really helps Bolton because if your opponents didn't block, you can still activate your hero ability.
Right. It removes the agency of your opponent denying go again by just taking the damage. And for anybody that's not a Bolton player or doesn't know a lot about him, the significance of Take Flight is it's actually a net 1 on Soul, right? Because typically he has to play a card, give it go again, so it's net neutral. But Take Flight already has go again printed on the card, so he actually gets to bank the Soul is the important aspect of this. But we have our first Mauve, and Josh is definitely incentivized to block this one.
And then talking about the helmets, the helm of Sharp Eyes. What do you think it can combo with the deck?
Yeah, earlier today I tried to talk him into Crown of Providence. I think it's better. But he said that there was an interesting line that involves I forget the name of the card, but you basically double charge V and then you hit something off of it, and it creates a very valuable play. And he kind of went into this matchup knowing that value-wise he was already behind and kind of needed a little bit of that high roll potential to kind of even up the matchup. He's blocking. He just doesn't know how. I mean, he could have a D react here.
Yes, I guess a save maybe.
Yeah, it has to be something.
Oh, he's charging.
Yep.
Well, that's good because that one makes the spell void.
Yep. An extra
Oh.
So for everybody in chat, that's the banneret of, I believe, protection. And when it's charged, you create a spellbinding Aegis token, which is basically just spell void 1. So that's going to reduce the efficiency on this this rune chant. Basically, nullify the Viscera hero ability for this one instant. Although from Viscera's end, it's still a very efficient play. Swarming's coming in for 4, and we got the Rosetta Thorn at least coming after. Could even be a Rebel in between.
So like yours is going to block our this end.
I think if Josh has a 0 cost attack in hand, he's in a decent spot because he could 0 cost charge and then into Raiden. So it could be coming from Arsenal, the 0 cost attack. Yeah, that's the only reason I can think of that he would hold a card. So we should see a 0 cost attack from Arsenal charge and then a Raiden.
The best one should be both of courage.
Courage for sure, because they come in for 4 or 5 depending.
Oh,
or illuminate for 5. That's that. I mean, that's pretty good. Oof.
Oh, it's gonna be a big turn.
Yep. Ching said he needs resources.
I guess it's a cash info.
It has to be. Oh, here it goes. This is the fireworks, everybody.
Module time? That would be crazy.
Mordred Tide. Let's see a double Mordred Tide.
Oh,
there's one.
The first one.
There's one.
Oh.
Let's see it. Do it, Shing. Play the other one. Do it. Oh, if he had the other one, he would have slapped it down so hard. He doesn't have it. Yeah, he doesn't have it. We can dream, though. We can dream. I think he's just thinking about his creepers line. I think he's just trying to figure out if there's any. Either that or he has become the Art Knight in his hand. And anytime you have that card in your hand, it just
If you have
makes.
become Art Knight, it feels so much complicated.
Right, right. And then he has Swarming in the graveyard too. So like Rattlebones is a real
yeah.
thing. And so many things.
Okay, easily see a 13 damage turn. Ooh, rather blues. That's it. Nope.
Oh, that's good.
But it's good enough.
I mean, he gets to jam the armor and cover it up. That's fortunate for Josh that it's a blue. But
5 Runchan.
Yeah, that's a lot of rune chance in the back. Let's see a rune flash.
Maybe it's just blocking with the piece.
Yeah, you just throw the arm piece 100%. Unless you just have a dead card, but I mean, you get better value from the dead card later on in the chain. So,
Or maybe Shane have a Raffling Boomba in his hand.
Be crazy.
he can't have it all, you guys. Like he's gotta have something inconvenient happen.
Okay. Easy block.
Oh my goodness. Oh man.
Spliff and big draw.
Why stop there, Shing? Just play another one.
Oh, did he get a second?
Well,
oh my
oh my god.
Oh, GG.
okay. All right, so Shing just drew the
Oh my
absolute
god.
nuts.
How many Runchan do we have?
Imagine accidentally OTKing somebody on accident. Like that. Okay, so let's get a count on this. That's what? 12, 17, 18, 19 plus the 2 and 2. That's 21 arcane. So automatically Josh drops immediately down to 7 before making any decisions. And then from that point, you're just dead. Like all Viscera has to do is deal 7 arcane. Like that's a Tuesday morning. Like
I heard OTK Viscera is gone.
yeah, but here it is.
Seems like it wasn't.
Now, my question is, how did it take Shing that long to find that line? That's the most basic line in the world. You look at Mordred, Mauve, Pitch Resource, and you just win.
Yep. Just definitely the some Luminar essentially reduce some. This is the craziest turn of his life.
Yep. I think that has to be better than double Mordred. I think that's actually a higher EV. So I think that's literally the only thing that could have been better is if that Spellblade Assault was red. That's it. Other than that, it was the perfect hand.
5-hand Bolton.
Or he rolled a Sonata and then his attack.
Right. Yep. Uh-oh, he's charging Xing. Watch out.
Oh.
Oh, 3 block non-attack. Oh, no.
Yep.
It's okay. He has a courageous steel hand. Here it comes,
Yep.
Josh. Throw it at him. Or a beacon. We'll
Cut
take
off.
those.
Yep. He desperately needs the Lumina accession right now.
Yep. He'll grab the Lumina and swing twice on the Raiden. I mean, it's a good turn, but it's not no Mordred double Revel. Imagine Cashin, Mordred, Mauve attack. He only had 1 attack in that whole hand.
Yeah.
It was the perfect hand.
This is indeed the perfect race.
Insane. So for everybody in chat, sorry we got distracted by Xing drawing the nuts, but I mean, this is a good play from Josh, right? So he's basically going to play the Lumina Ascension and be able to swing for what, 4 and 4, and it'll draw a card as well. So we got at least a Lumina swing. He's probably going to lead with that line, so he has the opportunity to replenish his soul, which he currently he's going to be on 0 after giving the Raiden go again twice. The question is, hopefully he drew like a Valiant Thrust or something along those lines to kind of end the combat chain in a strong manner.
Ascension. Swing for 4.
Yep, 4. And for those of you who don't know, Luminous Ascension says give weapons you control +1 till end of turn, and then if you've charged this turn, you can swing with it an additional time. And if the weapon hits, you banish 1 card off or you look at 1 card off the top, and if it's a light card, you put it into your soul. If it's not, you put it at the bottom of your deck.
Yep. Okay.
Okay,
We
here it
just
is.
get it. It'll be on this combat chain.
Ooh, that's a good
this
hit.
one.
That's a good hit.
That's the way he can come back with this.
All right, so it puts in the banish zone. It's basically like a Rattlebones effect, kind of. It's in the banish zone, but he can play it. I think it's combat chain, correct? It's not
Yeah.
turn. Yeah, so
Combat.
he can't break the chain in any way, which basically means he can't activate verses or he can't play another Lumina or anything like that. But it should be a pretty standard, this last Raiden into the Bolt of Courage. But if he has a Courageous Steel hand in hand, this could get good quick.
Oh, is this? Yeah, so that's much more reasonable to play this helmet because just majority of card he can play.
Right.
He can also play.
Right. All right, this is the first time Sheen's had to make a somewhat difficult decision this game. What's he gonna do with it?
Is there any chance Josh really win this?
I don't think so, but
If
I hope.
he start his turn with a V of Vanguard, I think that's have a chance.
Yeah. But even if all Shing has in hand is a Mob Shrill Rosetta line, then Josh is automatically at 4 and has to give 2 cards. So that's the good payoff card. And this can go again from. Yep, so we got 6, and then we have another 4 or 3 or 4 from the Courage. Although Xing's probably just going to jam the armor on the courage if I had to guess. I think you're dead on. I think if the last card in his hand is a Via the Vanguard, and he can get Xing off of one more card, then I think there's a real possibility that he could open up with a big turn and maybe squeak it out. Giving go again, playing the bolt. And there's another non-attack 3-block. Easy.
Yep.
So this round a 2-card. It basically means blue Rattlebones or Read the Runes Arsenal, right?
He can still swing his Rosetta from the trash pit.
I think it's
resource.
very likely of Rattlebones.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. 2 cards, 6. I mean, but it's 2 guaranteed damage, right? Not the most exciting, but I mean it can get the job done. So if Josh has a V in Arsenal then or drew one, then we got a real shot.
Or maybe he just blocking all the armors. And then hopefully his turn is back enough to make Shane to give up his hand.
Right. So Josh is a little low in soul. He only has 1 soul. So he is going to have to keep that in mind. However, he does have access to a Snapdragon still, which basically is effectively another soul. He does have the 2 blocks, so he's got a couple choices here. He could give up 1 card and 1 piece of armor and kind of stay at 6 and have a I would see him making that move if his hand was like not the best, right? But if he has a very good hand, I think you're right, Alan. He has to not give him a card, jam the armor, go to 4, and then just hope it's enough, right? But with Xing having access to 3 armor or 4 armor still, I'm not entirely sure it's going to be.
Maybe if Josh can play a V of the Vanguard and then charging the Spirit of Irina, and then play a Lumina Ascension.
That'd be something.
Yeah, then maybe.
If he has those exact 4 cards. Spirit of Irina actually incorporated something very interesting into Bolton because typically Via the Vanguard and Lumina Ascension do not play well together because Lumina Ascension or Via the Vanguard says combat chain, and playing Lumina breaks the combat chain. So before Irina existed, there was no way to make that happen. Oh, there's one of the cards, Alan, but he pitched it. Oh, you almost got it. Only a couple cards off. If only. Clicking's good here. Saves a soul. Do we have a super E strike? That's what Josh likes to call Celestial Cataclysm. The banish 3 soul. Come in for 7 with go again. Could be anything.
He pitched the Golden Bay last turn, so it might be a variant Husk. A variant Husk. Very like.
I know most of the cards Josh is running are 0 cost, so the lowest hanging fruit that I see is we're going to see a Raiden after this, and then just a 0 cost from Arsenal.
Seems like Shang is got some brick.
Yep. That card only effectively blocks 2 because it gains 1 from, and he already had go again from the Quicken.
I think it's a combat chain.
Yep. It's
Yeah,
better
it's
not
chain,
breaking the
so
chain.
yeah, he doesn't need to do that.
Swing for 4.
He does have 1 floating, so it could be a Valiant Thrust. It could be. Hey, I don't think it's Bolting. Bolting Blade, I think, costs 4, doesn't it? And it discounts by 2 for every card you've charged. Last card in Arsenal could be anything.
Does Josh want any snatch?
If only. Well, I guess he wanted to activate Versus, so that tells us that what's in Arsenal is not 1 cost. It has to be a 0 cost if he's playing it this turn. And that would be correct. So we have Beckoning Light. It says you can charge it if a yellow card, so it's just a blank text. Blank text 4.
0 for 4. Oh.
I think Shing Brick.
Yeah.
This is only blocking for 2 because it's going to get +1. So he's still taking 1 here.
Oh my god.
Or not taking 1, but yeah, I had to use the 2 block on the armor to cover it up.
Yep.
So once
Shang
again,
still need to- Yep.
if he has the Rattle Bones wins it with the blue.
That's true.
Does he have the Rattle Bones? 1 time. That's not a Rattle Bones. Okay. So Josh is on a clock. So he has to win like next turn.
Yeah.
I guess
But-
maybe if Josh get an extra health, he can beat it.
Oh no, nope, that's game. There's no way he can present enough to get Shing off his hand, and Shing could double pitch blue to make a rune chant, and then Rosetta. Well, I guess he can't do that now, but I will admit the interesting part about this game is it wasn't 5 minutes ago that we thought Josh had 0 chance. And he's gotten it relatively close. I mean, I would still say he's a decent amount behind. But I mean, he at least got a lot closer than I thought he would be able to after Shing drew that best hand he possibly could.
If Shing break 1 more turn, maybe there's a chance. 4 attack 1 turn.
The old Runeblade brick.
Yep. And then I think, oh, Josh just snapped.
Nope.
And then Raiden.
One out that Josh had. Well, no, because Shing's gonna make a rune chant. He's got to make 2. So as long as he swings Rosetta, it's game. But one thing that Josh could do with so much soul is if Shing doesn't have a way to close out with Arcane, which I'm assuming he does, Josh has the ability to Raiden for 0 and then just play a Beaconing and then banish all of his soul. So if I've actually seen Josh close games out that way, but this should do it on the basis of Arcane. Yep.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait, Josh did run.
Whoa.
Josh did run the Oasis, right? So maybe there's a chance.
I don't. Yeah.
Oh, does it have an Oasis? Oh,
Nope. So so Shing did brick. Oh, so did Josh. That's a terrible hand. That's a terrible hand. Oh man, but it was a good game nonetheless. Josh made a lot closer than I thought it would be.
much closer.
Hi. Hello.
Hello?
Hey,
We're here. So Shing knows how to make a lot of rune chants.
Shing drew the nuts. He drew the nuts.
Okay. So
Turns
what's
out
the
cat shit is good.
so what's the feeling getting
Now, you know
wildfire
what?
in their team?
You know what that reminded me of? That reminded me of when Scalata was still legal. I was like, yeah, all right. You throw 17 rune chants at me, fine. That's just how your deck works. But now throwing 17 rune chants at me, holy shit.
It's worse than that. Back when I played Combo Viscera, it took me like 5 turns to get that many rune chants, and Shing accidentally does it with 2 cards. Like,
I try. I tried my best, but you know, I feel like that wasn't really a game, unfortunately, for the chat. We didn't really get to show off too much there.
Yeah, but I think the follow-up turn after the 17 Moonshine turn is also good. The on
I
hit draw the turn is also good. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a pretty decent turn there too.
If I don't got that huge turn, I may probably lose because my follow-up 2 turn is like 4 attention, then 4 no attention. So
yeah. So the Royal Viscerae is built to be fairly explosive, I guess. And do you just want to talk about like, because I haven't seen you run Royal Viscerae before. This was like the first time I've seen it. How are you liking it?
yeah, I think it's good. I think you need the I think you need this explosive turn to race against a class like Ranger, especially like Lexi, because they can have easily some break turns, so you have to raise them by using Royal, the cash-in turn. And also, I think Fist Rise synergize very well with the numbers you can play, the numbers of cards you can play in a turn. So with cash-in, you can play more cards which trigger more your hero ability. And with module tie, you can easily get massive value in the turn. So
Yep. Yeah, I think that's a nice addition, and it just speeds up your clock by a turn or two, which is often all that you need. As for me, I tried to showcase, you know, as many of the new cards as I could. I've actually been struggling to find a Bolton build that I actually like. Frankly, I think the strongest Bolton build is still the combo deck. The combo deck actually you can add quite a few things now. You can add the Prayer of Bellana, you can add V for Valor, and you can add Resounding Courage. Those are all decent in the combo deck. You can also run it such that all your starters are 0 cost. If you want, you can like take out the take flights. That makes your combo turn more consistent. As for the new cards, I've been trying different builds. I've been building that build right there was like a Raiden. It wasn't a dedicated yellow deck. It was like there was like 20 or 25 reds, and then the rest were yellows. It was just like a mid-range Raiden deck. I've played with Beaming Blade. I've played with the Axe. And yeah, we Nathan and I made a whole video on all the Bolton stuff. So if you want to check that out, that's on the channel. but I still think the combo deck is prime. There's definitely a lot more combo hate now, though. That's the issue. Is you're basically kind of forced to bring Raiden into your the deck list that I had tonight actually has the combo in the sideboard, but I chose to run Raiden just to show off some cards. You guys have any questions for Shing and I?
I just want to ask: is there any chance that you can build a hybrid Bolton?
Hybrid of what?
Hybrid Bolton, so you can switch your plan against different build, or it isn't good enough?
Yeah, there's a Saber plus Raiden build. The thing is, a lot of the Raiden cards are actually the bannerets. If you look very carefully at the cards, if you don't run the bannerets, there's not that many new cards for Raiden. So, and the Saber deck doesn't really want to. I guess it can run the bannerets. It's not awful, but there almost certainly exists a way to play the Switch style. But I think your piloting basically has to be perfect, which is, and they've started to introduce more and more cards that are very, very annoying. For example, like in the past, Brute used to be extremely easy for combo Bolton, but now because of their headpiece, the card that you said was the best card in the set, you can't combo them in that way anymore. I think there's still.
I got a question for Shing. Can you teach me how to draw like that?
I get murdered by Shing every time in these show matches. I remember I played Kasai and he made a bunch of rune chants and I died. Oh man.
Not this last hand, just the Mordred turn.
Yeah, the Mordred turn.
The fault is like I just arsenal my cash in and wait for the module tie.
Yeah.
Then I get a module tie Wrath with Wombat. Then I cash in, join another one, Wrath with Wombat. So it's like crazy.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. Well, it is. It's been 4 hours, and we finished our best of 5. So
I have one thing before we get off, real quick. Somebody, Josh, if you can. Give me a number 1 through 6. I have to roll for a giveaway because we hit over 50 likes on the stream. So we're going to give away a Good Deeds Don't Go Unnoticed promo. So give me a number 1 through 6 and I got to run the random number generator.
All right. Bolton is yellow based, therefore 2.
2? Okay.
2.
Right.
DUSK.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, so yeah, we're going to be wrapping this up now. So the light has prevailed slightly, 3-2. That was fun. We actually got to see a lot of the new heroes. We got to see all 4 of them. We got to see a few of the old guard as well, and we got to see a wide variety of strategies. I just want to thank Blue Pitch for joining us for this. It's always a great pleasure to play against you guys, and I always enjoy talking with you guys, and you guys are great.
Thanks for the games.
Yeah, thanks for the game.
Host the event.
Yep.
GG everybody.
GG to everybody. So for those of you in chat, there's a lot of we'll try to post the list for the decks we were playing tonight. Probably they'll be in the description of the video or something like that.
We'll have them in our Discord as well. So if you guys want to join our Discord, you can go into the description and join that way, and we'll have them probably up tomorrow.
Sweet. Yep. And we just want to thank our sponsors, Fabric.gg, Dragon Shield, and Card Culture. They make these type of things happen. All right. Is there anything else? If not, let's wrap
I have the winner. I have the winner of the giveaway.
Okay.
All right. You said 2, and I rolled it twice, and it came up with name. I don't want to mispronounce it. Noodre, Noodre, or Noodre.
Type it in the chat and see.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, you get a good deeds don't go unnoticed promo. That's cool. Yep. Again, just thank you to all you guys for showing up to watch this live. It means a lot to us to see that there was like, I think we peaked at like 160, 170. That's a great showing. All right, let's get out of here, Kyle.
Good night to all of us, and everybody on Blue Pitch. Have a good rest of your day in the future.
Yeah, if you're going to armories today, like most Hong Kongers do, right? Good luck in your armories.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, also, Nathan and I will be commentating your Battle Hardened and your Nats. So that'll be we're gonna look forward to that as well. Mm-hmm. All right, good night, everybody. See ya.
Good night.
Hey, good night.
Peace.
Going to sleep.
Mm-hmm.